typically I would wait for something like this in the chat, but
Right?
yeah. So that way, I don't have much of a following, just only a few other accounts. But other than that, yeah,
Right.
everything just seems to be fine. Okay,
Right.
yeah. Let me see. Okay, I put what you put. Your I put what you're streaming as full screen. So I
All right.
think we should be ready to go.
All right. Let me just do a sound check first to make sure you can hear it.
Sure.
Okay. Um, can you hear this?
No.
Hold on. Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So you can't hear it.
Now I can. I guess you can play it again.
Okay. So before we begin, yeah, this is Angel's Egg, made in 1985.
Hmm.
Um, I would say this movie is more of an allegory than it is an actual story.
Is it anime?
Yes, it is anime. Very old anime.
Ah, yes,
So,
indeed.
so, um, people who play Dark Souls
Hmm.
will know what this movie or shall know about this movie.
Oh, weren't you
Um,
interested in the lore of Dark Souls?
I love the lore of Dark Souls. This movie inspired I believe it inspired the Princess Filianore. When you wake her up, you shatter her egg that she's napping with.
Hmm.
And it once you shatter the egg and wake her up, she will take you to the end of time in the very, very late future. Excuse me. So
Hmm.
so yeah, yeah. If you're this movie, when I watched it the first time, um, it was really interesting. I couldn't take my eyes off the screen. Um, I wanted to pause it at one point because it was like getting hard to watch, and I knew what was coming,
Hmm.
but I had to watch to the end. It's like, oh, it's gonna be so hard to watch, but I gotta watch it. So yeah, are we ready?
Yeah, I just am trying to figure out how do you go in and out between the fades, but I guess people that are watching will just have to watch my little. Wait, do you have YouTube open right now?
Yes, I have YouTube open right now.
Oh, right. Sorry, yeah, because how else are we watching it?
Okay. Who's watching it?
No, our stream.
Okay. Wait, people watching right now?
If anyone does, you know.
Okay. All right, let's go.
All right. Is there supposed to be sound right now?
Oh, yeah, this part is quiet.
Hmm. Oh my. We do
Well,
have to.
that's loud.
Yeah. But to be honest, we do have to transform, so we do have to talk a lot
Yeah.
because that's what EFAP does.
Yeah.
So so as much as I'd like to be quiet and soak it all in, we kind of have to
Yeah.
talk.
Yeah.
So is this the egg, the infamous egg?
No, but actually, maybe. You will see why.
Is it Trigun?
What?
Is that the dude from Trigun?
I have no idea.
Blood has been spilt this day.
Oh man, I wish I could tell you about that comment you just made, but
Oh man, it's just like in a few days from now.
Look at that! Look at this.
Mommy! I get it. It's a scarf.
Look, look at this dude. Look at this dude.
Man, look at this. What? I'm kidding. Alright, so wow. Are those the old gods of Greek mythology?
Huh?
The gods of Greek mythology?
People have theories as to what these statues mean. It'll make more sense once the movie's over.
To be honest, the Japanese, many people in Japan really don't like Christianity, so it's like a whole lot of things that's in many anime. But yeah, that's it. Why is that the Catholic Church? I don't know.
Maybe.
Maybe that's the symbolism there, I guess, but
People, from what I've heard, people think that giant eyeball represents like the concept of God, I think.
I could see it. Yes, indeed. Poor child. Oh, that's cool.
Yep, there's the egg.
You should shout it out. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Nah. I know what you told me before. No, we lost. What's she staring at? She just sad.
I don't think so. Oh man, I can't spoil it.
No. I don't want you to. Yay!
Yay!
I don't know. I'm just. Oh my. Okay. Oh cool. What the? What? What you doing? That's not how it
She's
works.
Yes, this is be how it works.
Huh?
Yep, that's how it works.
She put like she's not pregnant. Like like that's not how. Like, just because
It-
chickens lay on them that way doesn't mean you have to. Then she puts it either in her stomach or on her chest, but it's like, well, it's not gonna
yeah.
keep it warm. Only one side of it'll be warm.
Oh, you know what? That image right here is really interesting. Look at that. Look at that thing.
Looks like the Ark,
I know.
like Noah's Ark, if you will.
Yeah.
Is that what you were referring to, Noah's Ark?
Yeah, this is the post-apocalyptic version of like the Noah story from the Bible,
Hmm.
where the great flood never subsided.
It's never subsided. How is she walking on land now?
This is like this is probably like the only part of land that's left.
Are,
Everywhere else. Huh?
sorry. Or could it be that eventually the waters subsided, but at a later date?
Maybe. Like I said before, this movie is like an allegory on religious faith. That's what a lot of people think this is what it's about.
And the fact she's holding it like a baby, like she's pregos, like she had some bowl of pregos cereal, kind of might give another addition to that allegory, huh? Well,
Yeah.
pregos makes a body good. So she's supposed to be one of the children. Is she one of the great grandchildren of Ham, Shem, or
She has to be probably. But
I guess maybe she's all. It could also be that she's doing that not just for symbolism reasons, but maybe because she has no pockets.
yeah.
But I really do believe she's doing it for symbolism. But what kind
Yeah,
of
I think so too. People think it represents pregnancy or something like, or I think I've heard a translation or an interpretation is pregnancy.
mm,
Focus on this water jug. You'll see why later.
hmm. But uh, girl, you can't finish it all.
She can sure try.
Oh no! I had a friend once in high school that he said that his grandmother said to his sister when she showed when his sister showed their grandmother how wide she can open her mouth. Her grandmother said to her, one day you're gonna make a man very happy."
Oh,
Oh no!
uh, oh. Yes, yes.
And I'm just thinking that like, oh girl, you can't finish that all. Like, no, please don't try. And then your comment there, like she can try. I'm just like,
Oh no.
oh
Oh no.
no. One day she will. It's like, oh no, Kenai, what kind of man have you become? My only comment is, have you not seen the ladies surrounding me? My comment, my icon. So, question: is she underwater?
No, I don't think yet. I don't think she's underwater.
Hmm. Oh, seagrass. We learned of this. So humanity built stuff, and it's still around.
Get kind of. I. It's hard to say because I I can't tell if she and the guy are the only humans left, or if the stuff coming up later indicates that there are more humans here.
Hmm. And she's a little girl, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
she's tiny.
She's kind of ugly.
It's an it's an ugly water jug.
Hmm. And is that a skull?
Oh, actually, I think it's a fish.
Really? Hmm.
See, like the top left corner, there's a fish right there.
Oh.
I would also pay attention to the fish in this show.
This movie.
Yeah, in this movie, pay attention to the fish.
A lot of symbolism there, I see.
Y- Yeah.
Let me see if I can. Is that a machine?
Uh, it is machines, plural.
Somebody had to.
Now, why they're pointing it at the village or at the town is beyond me.
No, right. Let's
And then they never saw them again.
see. Wait, seriously?
Yeah, this is the only time those tanks come up in this movie.
It's like okay.
You ain't never seeing those again.
It's like, well, I guess it could. Like, I guess for a story, you don't have to show something like that ever again. I guess,
Yeah.
but like, because there's enough to probably allude to there being like a reason for their existence from the past.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do find that fun. Like, where'd they go?
Magic. It's a sci-fi world where magic and machinery come to pay their due respects. Another fish.
Are you sure that's not a reptile right now?
Nah, bro, it's a fish. More fish.
And that food probably ain't the best. It's been there for decades, years. I don't know how long. Well, she is young, so somebody. If she's like what 6, that means somebody had to do some of the fun stuff 7 years ago, 6 years and 9 months ago. So has to be
Yeah.
has to be somebody else around.
Why did she just...
Oh, water.
And more fish.
Mm,
Look at all those fish.
I see them fishies. It's like the Christian world, like the Christian iconography of the fish.
Yeah.
What is she? Oh, she's just gonna throw it. Okay, put her in there. I thought she was gonna like drink it. I'm like, what? Nothing in there. I do appreciate how she looks very different from modern anime.
Oh, I never saw that the first time.
Cool, it didn't break. Yeah, because today's anime, she would look totally like, ugh,
Yeah.
like. But here,
Oh,
just like Hayao Miyazaki says, he doesn't like anime because it's for people who can't draw people. So
yeah.
he has his artists go out and study people. And I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
this looks just like that type of thing. So these dead peoples, huh?
Um, it's an interesting thing. We don't. I don't think it's a. Some people think they're statues, and or for what I've heard, one person theorized them to be as statues.
Hmm.
Theorized said all the same thing.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to keep the as much dialogue as I can because this is we need to transform this bad boy, otherwise it's getting taken down and things like that.
Really?
Yeah,
Huh.
but I do need to soak up as much as I can of the dialogue. I mean,
Yeah.
what's going on?
Yeah. This movie is very it's not very dialogue heavy.
Oh, so we could okay, just keep
There's
going.
only like a there's only a couple lines of dialogue in this entire movie.
Huh. She's just sleeping on it.
I don't know.
Hmm. I do like that imagery there. Looks good.
I find it interesting. The first time around I watched this movie, I didn't notice it, but she put the egg down this time.
Oh,
I don't know why.
wish I could say something catchy, but just couldn't. The only thing I kept thinking was, "This is some dark walls, dude."
Yeah.
What up? You dropped this.
大切なものはお腹の中に入れておかなければなくしてしまうよ。
Or you? Okay. Wait. Did she just leave? Wait.
Yeah, like I said, she left the egg. Don't
Wait.
know.
Yeah, go on.
Huh? I don't know why in particular she left the egg at that point. It's like the I think this might be the only time she leaves the egg.
Hmm.
This is the only time she doesn't protect it. Like, well, I mean, there is one other point, but
その卵の中には何が入ってるのかな。
そんなこと教えられないわ。
I can't tell you like that.
あなたを知らないもの。
卵は割ってみなければその中に何が入っている
Know
のか
what's inside.
わからないものだよ。
Well, not necessarily. You can just put a light to it.
nah, bro. You gotta break it.
What, and eat all the insides? Because you'd probably be hungry or something.
Oh yeah, bro, he's hungry. Look at that guy. He looks like he hasn't eaten in days.
Now, we're talking about literal food, right? We're not talking about anything else.
Yeah, literal food, bro. He wants an omelet, bro. Look at how big that egg is.
Feed a lot of people. Or maybe just me.
Feed the whole family, bro.
Yeah.
Look at that.
あなたは誰？
Man, that dude looks like Pennywise. He looks like Pennywise right before Pennywise ate that girl.
Yeah. Now this is an interesting part. Okay, so throughout the movie, he just follows her.
Yeah. Okay.
I I think there is some meaning behind that. Some people think he's like what is it? I think he's someone who casts doubt, I think sometimes.
ついてきちゃダメ。
Other people think he's like represents Jesus because he has that cross and also his hands are covered with bandages.
I was thinking maybe he could, if he is a religious figure, maybe he's Satan.
Maybe his cross, people also point out his cross is like a cyber cross thing.
Kind of creepy, my dude.
Yeah.
Okay. Kind of creepy, my man.
Yeah, he is kind of creepy.
Creepo. She's too young, my man.
I actually think he might represent Jesus.
Mm,
I think that's a good interpretation. I think he actually is Jesus.
mm. Why would he be casting doubt?
Maybe as a test, because there's one theory about this movie that she endures tests like Job.
Ah.
Mm.
Later, we shall discuss about Job and some of this movie.
Yeah.
What? What?
What?
Oh, it's rain. I didn't see it. I was like, what? What? She's just pouring out the water? And they're in the rain. It's like, well, cloth isn't going to protect you, child. That dude's just taking like a Chad.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, good on you, girl.
Oh, she's window shopping for more jars. See, there's more jars. She's window shopping, bro.
Well,
She just can't resist jars. Oh, here we go.
memories, peoples, machines?
魚が出たのよ。
I've heard like two interpretations, either statues or people.
Or maybe just
ど
soldiers.
こにもいないのに。追い
Maybe.
かけたって魚なんかどこにもいないのに。
No, the fish aren't anywhere. They chase after
Oh.
them.
Yes, you'll see it. You'll see just in a second what they're chasing after. This scene, people have a really pretty good idea of what it means.
They look like World War I soldiers.
Yeah. They're chasing after that.
coelacanth? Is that what the fish is called?
Maybe. More fish.
Potato, tomato.
Yep, more fish, bro. She's at a church right now.
Mm.
Interestingly enough, he doesn't go inside.
Oh my.
I know it's a mega church.
It's like, who's that one guy that shouts a huge storm? That is a televangelist dude who rips those people off.
I have no idea.
What is his name?
And look what's at the window.
The church? Fish?
Yep, it's a fish, bro.
I didn't see it. What happened?
I think they're gonna cut to it. Oh, guess not.
More and more fish, I guess.
More fish, bro. More fish. We need more fish, Bert.
Let me see. So the fish, well, let's see. Fish represents believer. Oh, well, hold on, wait. There's a fish in there, I guess.
Yeah. The best interpretation I've heard of the fish in this movie is that the fish represent ideals that men can never attain to, or they try hard to attain to, but they always fall short. That's why the people in this movie, they keep trying to go after the fish, but they'll never catch it. It doesn't even hurt them, and they're not. And even though, or they go around destroying things in their pursuit to get the fish. That's why the director, or that's why the movie shows that window getting destroyed. Yeah, the fish are like a perfection you can never attain, no matter how hard you try.
I have a little more cynical idea of the fish. Oh, sorry, not of what they think. Sorry, what the film is saying about the fish.
What do you think the fish are?
Because when Jesus says, "I will make you fishers of men," this is, I think it's trying to pursue a Christian lifestyle, and as they pursue it, they destroy things. So it's really, it's trying to portray Christianity as this dark thing that you can never really achieve, is what they're trying to say. And that's
Yeah.
every time you do, you bring destruction.
I've actually heard someone interpret it that way.
Oh, look, now there's 2 schools of fish. Kind of like the split between the Orthodox and Catholic Church. Will there be 3 splits? I don't know. It's just interpretation that keeps coming to my mind.
Yeah.
And this Jesus character, if he truly is Jesus, he's not leading those men after those fish. So that's probably meaning an interpretation that Jesus is upset with the way man has pursued this religion, has defiled his teachings, I guess, is what's the interpretation I come away with this movie is coming with.
That makes sense. That probably explains why the warrior didn't go inside the church.
お願い。私の卵に何にもしないって約束して。
The bones of a fish? Is that what I presume?
Yeah. Bones of something. There's a lot of bones in this part of the movie.
Bones represent death.
こっちよ。
What? Yeah, I thought you didn't want to follow you, late child. If I may be
Change of plans. Change of plans.
If I may be sexist for a moment, just like every woman. That's so.
What?
Just like a woman.
Can I say he's a very persistent guy?
これと同じ
I've
木
seen
を
a
見
tree
たこ
like
とが
this
ない
somewhere. The tree of life,
あれ
is
は
it?
いつのことだったのか
Where was it?
忘れてしま
So
うほ
long
ど
ago
遠
that
い
I've forgotten.
昔
What?
音を立てて雲
Sky
が
with
流れていく
clouds
空
made
でした
sounds as they moved.
真っ黒な地
Black
平
rising
線
swell
が
from it.
そのまま盛り上がって生まれた大きな
Grew
木
a huge tree.
大
It
地から
sucked
生気を
life
吸い上
from
げ
the ground. The tree of death.
脈打つ枝を伸ばし
Pulsing branches reached up.
何かを掴んでい
Grasp something.
た卵の中
Giant
の
bird sleeping with an egg.
眠り続ける大きな鳥を
その鳥はどうしたの？
Where
ど
is
こ
it?
にいるの？
I made chicken out of it.
It was good.
今でもそこにいて
Still
夢を見続けているよ
夢？鳥はどんな夢を見るの？
その卵の中に何がいるのかまだ教えてもらえないのかな
Oh, sorry, try not to fall asleep.
That's alright.
The dinosaurs. Where's the dragon?
I don't know. Pretty big, though. Oh, wait.
The head on the far left.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's the bird the dude was talking about.
I don't think so. Because there's one more skeleton they're going to look at.
君はいつからここにいるのかな。集めた瓶の数だけいたのかな。僕もどこからやってきたのか忘れてしまったよ。これからどこへ行くのかも。もともと知らなかったのかもしれない。
どこかへ行ってしまうの？
Child, you didn't give a damn. I mean, you didn't care.
I
I need to stop doing that. I'm just tired. Keep falling in and out, sleep. It's like, no, stop it.
我が作りし人を我が知能をもてより
Whom I
拭
have
い去ら
created.
人より獣這う者
The bird,
空の
the
鳥
air
に
as
至る
well.
まで滅ぼさん。
I
そうは
regret
我
that I have
これを
made them.
作りしことを悔ゆればなる。今
Send
7日あり
rain
て我四
in
十
the earth
日
for
四
40
十夜
days now,
地に
wiping
雨を
around
降
every
らし
living
め
thing that I
我
made.
作りたるあらゆるものを知の表より拭い去らん。かくて7日の後洪水地に臨めり、その日大和田の源皆破れ天野と開けて雨四十日四十夜地に注ぎ箱舟は水の表に漂えり地に動く肉なるもの鳥家畜獣地に這うすべてのものおよび人皆死ねりその花に命の息の通うものすべての苦我にあるものは皆死ねりただ彼と共に箱舟にありし者のみ残れり彼地の表より水の引きしかを見んとて鳥を放ちいざしける
Now
な
return to
再び彼のところへ帰らざり鳥がどこへたどり着いたの
Birdland.
それとも力尽きて水に飲まれた
By the waters.
誰も知ること
No
が
one
できない
could know.
だから人々はその帰りを待ち続けたのさ待ち続け待ち疲れていつか鳥を放したことを忘れ鳥のことも忘れてしまった水の下に沈んだ世界の自分たちがどこからやってきていつまでここにいてどこへ行くのかもね獣たちが石になるほど遠い昔の物語だよ、僕が見た鳥もいつどこでのことだったか思い出すこともできない遠い記憶でしかない夢だったのかもしれないよ君も僕もあの魚たちのようにとっくにいなくなってしまった人たちの記憶でしかなくて本当は誰もいない世界に雨が降っているだけなのかもしれないんだ鳥なんか初めっからいなかったのかもしれない
It's alright, I just keep going in and out of sleep. My goodness.
It's alright. Can't. I can't. I still don't totally understand what he's trying to say in the dialogue. I almost think this movie leans more on existentialism, or no, excuse me, agnosticism than anything.
いるよ。
うん。
ここにいるよ。いるよ。
The only reason why I don't say atheism is because of this next scene.
いるよ。私が見つけたの。あれはもう石になってるけど、この中にいるの。私が畳めて返すの。私が見つけた鳥よ。
知っていたよ。
うん。
きっとそうだと思っていたよ。何か聞こえるかい？
うん。うん。
聞こえる。小さな息をする音。
それは君の胸の音だよ。
羽の音も。きっと空を飛ぶ夢を見てるのね。
それは外の風の音だよ。
もうじき。今はこの中で夢を見てるけど、あなたにも見せてあげる。もうじき。だからそれまでここで。ここは雨も降らないし、
Oh, sorry, I missed the dialogue.
暖かく。
Oh, let me rewind it.
No, it's okay. I was falling asleep. What did you say?
She said, stay here. Here it doesn't rain. There was other stuff, but I missed it.
Sorry, I was just knocking.
It's all right. Yeah, I understand. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
Mm.
You know what I find interesting?
Hmm.
How she's pale white and looks like a ghost almost.
あなたは
Hmm.
誰？
What happened?
She just fell asleep.
Lucky girl.
Yeah. It's past her bedtime.
She gets to sleep and I gotta watch her.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I don't know why they decided to make this scene so long. Almost as if
Man, it looks pretty
he's...
culty.
I know. It's almost like he's thinking about it.
Sacrificing her?
No, you'll see in a second. It's almost like yeah, it's like he's thinking about it.
Ugh, my goodness.
Yep. Oh man, here it comes. This is probably the hardest. This was probably the hardest part of the movie to watch.
Myself.
Uh, it just gets kind of ugly from here.
Oh, visually ugly?
No, I mean it's just you know what's gonna happen. It's just like, oh no, please don't do it.
Do something to the little girl.
No, watch
To the egg.
this. Yep, here we go.
Grab an omelet.
I want my omelet. Some sacrifices have to be made.
Some sacrifices had to be made.
Some sacrifices had to be made.
Some freedom, settle Kaba. That's what I said, freedom.
That's right, mate. That's my fellow.
And his crucifix has holes in it.
I know. Oh man. I know what's coming next, but this next scene is still hard to watch. Look, they're not even moving. as they're getting flooded.
She starts screaming.
Oh yeah. You're gonna hear the scream.
Look, there's an alligator. What's up? All along.
It's an alligator? I don't see it.
No. I meant like inside the egg.
Oh,
That was an
it's a
alligator.
gator.
誰
It's a gator.
あなたは誰
Oh man, this. Oh man, here we go. The scream.
Hmm. Aw. Oh man.
Hello?
Yeah, sorry. Did she throw herself off?
What was that?
Did she throw herself off a cliff?
That's a good question. I can't tell if she actually is trying to kill herself or she was trying to go after the warrior and she accidentally fell.
Sorry, I was dozing off right there.
Oh, that's alright.
Heard dramatic music. I'm like, what? Like, what
No, do you
happened?
want me to? Do you want me to rewind it?
Yeah, please. I'm gonna go to the restroom, right?
All right.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Oh, right. Before I go, I guess you could try to entertain the people watching in the playback, I guess, if they ever watch this.
Okay. Yeah, I can't see if there's any chat,
Faux show. Hold on, I'll be right back.
but yeah. So if there is anyone else watching, yeah, I can't see anything you're saying right now. Um. mm. Yeah, I heard about this movie. I'm sure people know if they're into Dark Souls. Vadi Vidya. I saw his video on this movie. I was so intrigued by it that I decided to watch this movie. I can't tell if this movie sometimes is about if it's about agnosticism definitively or if it has a more deeper religious theme. I know that the person who made this film, I believe he said he doesn't even know what this film's about. So I guess it's open to interpretation.
Oh man. All right. Yeah, I guess we could roll it back.
Yeah,
Since
roll it back.
yeah,
Uh, back to how far?
like yeah. Wait, no, wait. Right when she discovers the egg, I guess is cracked.
Okay.
Oh, cause if only I
Yeah.
didn't get in the ocean today, I could be laying in my bed as we discuss watch this. But it's like, no, I didn't
You
get
went
to.
in the ocean?
Yeah, for our field trip today,
Oh, okay.
and then we finished early, so I went to work.
Cool, cool.
Yeah,
Nice, bro.
otherwise I'd be laying down and doing this.
Yeah.
But no, I have to be in shorts right now and have like
Yeah.
these tiny little mosquitoes bite me.
Oh, bro, do you want to get in some like pants to protect your legs?
No. That'll just be
Yeah.
dirtying more pants.
Oh, yeah. All right, let's play the film. That's interesting. Is like it's never really clearly showing if something is actually in the egg.
Hmm. Yum.
Now, I didn't notice this the first time I watched the film. This part right here,
Mm.
the giant egg on top of her.
Oh yeah, like well, I don't think we saw that before. I think this is all brand new.
Yeah,
So maybe there was something inside the egg.
maybe.
Ever ever since he smashed it, it became this gigantic.
Yeah, maybe that thing just came up. Now, I do want to pause one frame when we get to it, because I missed it the first time. This frame coming up. This right here.
Pause whenever you close eyes.
This, here we go.
Okay.
Now, if you can see right here, this is not... This is her,
Mm-hmm.
but she looks... someone pointing out that she's now an adult in this reflection.
Mm-hmm.
But she's still a child right here. So I think one people say that when she's looking at herself,
Mm-hmm.
how is it said? It's like now the egg's broken. I think the older version of her here represents like she's now more experienced or now wiser.
Mm-hmm.
So
Hmm. Hmm.
There she is. The movie from here continues to pan out, and we're gonna see that this whole place is just one giant it's just one little island. I do want to see where that boat was. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that was Angel's Egg.
Hmm.
Um, Yeah, what did you think?
Oh my goodness, it was tired.
Yeah,
Oh, boy. Oh,
you good, bro?
yeah, just really tired. Went to the beach today, go with the intertidal zone, and then went to work. Now I'm doing this. It's like my goodness. Well, I could lay down.
Yeah,
But
yeah, I feel it.
mhm. There's a lot of
Yes.
lack of understanding of what Christianity is. There's a lot of um, blame for what it has become.
Yeah, I can definitely see that as an interpretation. I think the best interpretation of this movie is an agnostic point of view.
Hmm.
Because the person who made this movie was actually going to become a preacher, but he had a falling away of faith. So, um, I think he made this movie around that time. I think. So, if anything, I think the this movie I think the cynical interpretation is that it's a God has abandoned us kind of thing. But what I can't explain is the very end of the movie where the little girl
Hmm.
is is almost like becomes a saint with her own statue on that eye.
Hmm.
I've heard like there's a cynical way to look at this movie and there's a positive way to look at this movie. The positive way is that this girl um kept her faith and she was put through trials and tests and her death at the end of the movie kind of represents her relieving of duty,
Hmm.
and because of her faith and her actions, now a bunch of eggs have sprouted, and she is uh, given like a status of sainthood, as we saw with the eye with her statue there. The cynical point of view, yeah, I can definitely see as like God, like let me see, what could I say? It's like God's abandoned us, and all the people chasing after faith now, they're just causing harm to the world, or they're so zealous chasing after their own ideals that they can never attain to, that they harm the world around them, as we saw with the fish hunters. Still there, bro? You there? Me fell asleep. Hello? Hmm. well, for those who are watching, I am going to mute my mic for a little, and if he comes back on, I will unmute the mic. I'll be here for maybe like, I don't know, 10 more minutes. Oh, you there?
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if you fell asleep. Wait, are you there? Hello? Hello? Hmm. Hold one sec.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm back. All right. So, did you want to give any comments?
Sorry, just trying to oh my.
You're
Oh
trying to
boy.
what?
Sorry, trying to stay awake. Sorry, just boy. Oh, let me see. You there? Oh my. How long ago was
Yeah,
that?
I'm there. Um, that was 4 minutes ago.
Oh, let's see.
Did you fall asleep?
As you were talking, kind of.
Oh.
Let's see. I find
Hmm.
anime to be kind of a mockery of Christianity, but that's because I'm used to anime doing that.
Yeah, that is pretty true actually. There's definitely something to be said that animes do make Christianity in a very negative light.
Mm-hmm.
I can let me see. A couple Gundam shows do that, like excuse me, Double O.
Mm-hmm.
Double O, I think almost makes a mockery of. I can't remember if the main character is a Jew or if he's Christian. Definitely Gundam Unicorn, and also not not blatantly, but Gundam Wing has a little of that. Excuse me. I definitely. Oh man. Have you ever seen the anime? What was it again? The one with Vikings. What was that one? Shoot, can't remember. That one definitely has some like anti-Christian stuff in it.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't surprise me that that this movie might be a negative impression of Christianity. It doesn't surprise me with anime. Mhm. Let's see. Is there anything else?
Sorry, trying to stay awake.
That's all right.
Hmm.
Do we have anyone in chat right now?
Let me go see. My goodness. Ugh. Let's see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me go to the freedom thing for a minute.
Freedom.
Like the freedom.
Freedom.
First words were freedom. It's like listen, bit. I'm kidding. Listen, boyo. I mean, girlo.
Huh?
Nothing. Not
Oh,
you.
nothing?
No, no. Hold on. Let me just see.
Oh, okay.
Let me see.
Freedom.
First words were freedom. It's like listen, bit. I'm kidding. No one in chat. I'm on my other. Listen, boyo. I mean, girlo.
Under the what?
Sorry, just having that. No, that is the YouTube doing that. Yeah. Nobody in the chats. It's just us. Travel free. No thanks. No thanks. I will like my own video.
Like that.
Indeedy.
Promote your own brand.
Yeah, promote my own brand, all that good stuff. All the nonchalance.
Yeah. Where are you live streaming this right now?
Yes. Hold
Oh,
on.
let me. Oh, what's your channel called?
My channel is called Fuida. I'm kidding. No, it's called Kenai the 24th.
Kina the 24th.
Yeah.
Hold on.
KENAI the and then number 24 followed by TH.
Okay. Let's see. I think this is it. Oh, yes, I see.
6
Uh,
subscribers. I don't know how many viewers there are. Just probably just me and you, right?
uh, probably. That's all
One
right.
watching. Let me just refresh the video.
Yeah, let me refresh.
It says one watching. Mother, what? Somebody liked it before. Aha! Now I see the other second like. Maybe that was just you.
I didn't do anything like that. I didn't go on the YouTube channel.
So someone liked it.
Huh.
I see you.
Nice, nice.
But I liked it myself. I liked it my own thing. Maybe I'll dislike my own video. I'm kidding. So lame. But
Yeah.
all right. Now it is time for the full discussion. Now since I'm a little more awake. It's like, ugh. Okay, so yeah, I do know that the Japanese they really do yeah, like they really tend to really have a negative view of Christianity. Um
Yeah.
they really tend not to like it. Um re- what I would say is one, sure they don't understand it, but at the same time uh they're very like whether or not if they realize it or not, they're very like there are many who I would assume them very much the reason not to like it I would assume for them at least they're Shinto uh by their culture and everything else. They may not actively practice it, but they inherently know that it's something inherently different. Now theologically to Christianity it would be that they know that there's something deep inside them that says this is a no-no, that there is that they're because when people of who believe in Islam when they're confronted with parts of Christianity they get very upset for some reason even though they cannot explain it of what offends them so much. So the same thing is found in Japan. Theologically speaking from Christianity, that is because it's uh, it is. I would say that it's a part of how they're raised, and that they're raised not to believe it, so therefore they find offense to it because it
Yeah.
shines a light to something. You know, it's kind of like as Jesus says that when the sower of the seeds, uh, that's there were some who fell on good ground, some who fell in bad ground, some who fell on in between the rocks, in between the thorns, some got eaten up by the birds. In those two situations, it would be what Jesus is talking about, that they got ate up by the birds. It's what happens when Satan comes and takes the word away.
Yeah.
And so, theologically speaking, that is, I would say, those two scenarios. Sorry, those two scenarios are uh, their overreaction when they hear the word, or when they're introduced to it, they overreact very much because uh, something inside them tells them this is a no-no. Just like how when the birds came and ate it up.
Yeah.
Secularly speaking, though, I would say that it's that they don't really understand so much. But again, how can you really, when you grow up in a different culture like that? But you were saying that you had interpretations, that you had your own thoughts on this before.
I think there's two ways to look at this movie. Because like I was telling the chat earlier when you weren't here, the creator of this movie, from what I've been told, he's claimed he doesn't even know what this movie is about. So I guess that would mean then that this movie is open to many interpretations. And I liked what one YouTuber I watched about this said. Like, there is a cynical view and there is a positive view of this. You can take from this movie.
Mm.
Um, as a Christian, I choose to take the more positive view
Mm-hmm.
because I do think in some sense that this movie ended on a happy note. It's like the happy note you didn't want, but it's the thing you got.
Ah.
Because at the end of the movie, there were all those different eggs sprouting, and when the girl died, all those eggs came out from the water.
Wait, she
So
died? I literally fell asleep then.
yeah, she died.
It's like, okay.
She drowned.
Oh.
Yeah, she drowned. When she drowned, a bunch of eggs came out of the water. So I think if we're gonna look at this positively,
Mhm.
and from a Christian perspective, it could be that uh, like she was relieved from her duty. She filled up. She kept the egg safe, and or as best as she could, she kept the egg safe as best she could, and then also for some odd reason, I'm not sure entirely what her collecting all those water jugs and lining them up in her home was,
Mhm.
but that was probably part of it. I heard someone say that her collecting those jugs is she doesn't really know why she does it, but she just does it. And I can interpret that as like acts of faith. She doesn't know why she does those things, but she knows that she must do it.
Hmm.
Which I would almost argue that's not entirely true for Christians. I think Christians do know why they do what they do.
Mhm.
So I think that's a if we're gonna interpret it that way, I would say that's a more it's a more ignorant view. Uh, Other than, but if we're gonna look at this cynically, I think this movie would represent probably like more of an like I was saying, it offers a more agnostic view. Like I don't think this movie just outright says God doesn't exist. I think this movie just says if there was a God, well, he's not here anymore, and he's just left us stranded. Just like that, they're all just on that little island, and that's literally it. That's the whole world.
Hmm.
How about your interpretation?
Well, I would personally say that the movie, knowing what I know and looking at the movie, it's personally I would say that there is no other way to interpret it. That the film isn't actively like the film itself. I as I had said before, I do say that I do believe that it is a mockery of Christianity is what I absolutely interpret it. As we were talking when we were as we were watching the film, they were chasing these fish. They're coelacanths, I believe.
Yeah.
Um, and these fish, these people, they're trying to pursue this fish, and they're destroying everything as they pursue it. And the fish is a shadow; it's not actually there. They're pursuing the fish. The fish is a representation of being a Christian, being of pursuing like it has been because it has been seen. Sorry, the in because in art history we learned about um we learned in the first part of art history we learned about art from the Stone Age to the Renaissance. And then the second part we start at the Renaissance and we end in modern day. But
Yeah.
in the first part, we learn about Christianity and the iconography of Christianity. The fish
Yeah.
represents it it represents the lifestyle of Christianity and seeing them of being a Christian. And so we see that both in the times of the Romans that Christians they would half draw the fish, with two arcs overlapping each other to
Yeah.
signify as code that they are Christians of who they're speaking with. One would initiate, and if the other one didn't finish it, like okay, well he clearly don't know. But the other one that finished it, but if someone were to finish it, they're speaking to a friendly.
Yeah.
But as we had discussed that before in person, in IRL, um, so other people, but that is so other people who would be watching this would know what that significance in the Roman times. But post Roman persecution and into Roman acceptance, the fish represents the Christian lifestyle. It represents walking in the faith, and so when they're pursuing the fish and they're actively trying to hunt it, either they're trying to hurt the fish, and as they're trying to hurt it, they are damaging the world, which that could be seen as again a as because the fish isn't really there; it's a shadow. So they're trying to
Yeah.
attack something that isn't really there, and they're destroying the world around them. So right there, the shadow could mean two things. One, it could mean that's Christianity. The fish, the walking in the faith, is a false thing. Is false. It's not actually there. It's a shadow. And when people are trying to destroy it or pursue it, they're either trying to pursue it or destroy it. They're damaging the world around them, which that in itself is saying that this thing they're trying to attain or this thing they're trying to destroy isn't real, and yet you are destroying the world around you.
Yeah. Like in yeah, a lot of people I think interpret that scene that way. That the fish represent ideals and beliefs that people try to attain to, but they are so impossible to achieve that in their pursuit of it, they possibly could damage the world around them in their zealous attempts to try to achieve what they're trying to capture or to become.
Mm.
So yeah, I definitely see that. I definitely see the scene being something like that. The fish in this movie are also pretty highly worshipped. They're on the churches. They're at the fountain. They're inside the stores. The fish definitely probably represents like I almost want to say the fish represents like either Christianity as a whole or like do I really want to go this route? Maybe like all world religions
Mm.
because as far as I because as far as I know, I don't know if the guy who made this film believes in anything anymore.
Mm.
Like
Yeah.
so
No, go on. No, go on.
yeah, so I think the best interpretation of this movie is definitely a cynical point of view, especially because since it comes from a this movie comes from a culture who that really doesn't um that may not see Christianity in a positive light. I haven't really studied Japan that much, so I
They
would not
hate
know. Ah,
it.
well, no,
Just in the
well,
short, they do hate it. Even though
well,
they'll tell you no, they do.
well then, if you know, I'll take your word for it. Yeah. No,
I'm
I
sorry.
think
Sorry. Go on.
I, no, I think here's a big question that I think is like the heart of the movie. What do you think the egg represents?
Well, I do believe that you hit the nail on the head when we spoke in IRL, but to sum it up, I do believe that it does represent faith, that it represents this child believes there's something in it, that there's significance to this egg. And this person, he clearly understands what is going on, and he understands a whole lot. Him being with these massive machines
Yeah.
that him being with these here's a you call him the warrior, that's what I'll refer to him as, but he walks around
Okay.
with a crucifix. It's a very mechanized crucifix that has jagged open ends, that's it's missing pieces. He walks around with it. He has white hair. White symbolizes purity. um it does symbolize, yeah, it symbolizes purity. His cloak represents a type of, we could say mysticism, but it actually does represent um, him hiding aspects about his nature. Sorry, about his, because when you wear a cloak, you want to disguise yourself. So he is wearing a cloak, keeping keeping himself hidden, keeping parts of him hidden. As he
Yeah.
travels with these large machines, so that kind of adds another layer to it. Man with
Yeah.
pure white hair with the crucifix, who's trying to keep things about himself hidden, travels with giant machinery. That right there says something already. Travels alongside this girl, explains God destroying the world, and uh, God destroying the world and letting and not allowing life to, sorry, not life, but instead of aiding Noah and those on the ark, he abandons those on the ark and Noah. He abandons Noah and those on the ark.
Yeah.
The people and life turn to stone, and so that right there said already paints. So that right there adds another layer on into this story that this character is speaking of such things, and this girl he's asking, he's not casting doubt, I would say he's merely questioning this girl. And I would say that yes, he is testing this girl, and this girl still believes in this, the something unique about this egg, this individual who carries around this cross with all of these uh, layers to him, takes the egg when she's sleeping and smashes it.
Yeah, I guess it also. I guess it one thing I do want to know is remember in the beginning when he first gets his hand on the egg, he doesn't destroy it.
No.
Yeah, why do you think that is? He could have broken it right there and then.
So right there, it's kind of like, because we have, so he offers it to her and then he immediately starts asking questions. So right there, he's either like, because so he offers it to her and asks questions, which why you would do that in a story, or why you would do that period with your own behavior, is to prod someone's, to you're prodding someone, you're trying to get to understand why do they do what they do. You could do anything at any time, but why do they choose to do it? Which is one of the things that secular people don't understand when it comes to the Garden of Eden. Like, God could have done X and Y. God could have made the fruit be so far away. God could have made the fruit look undesirable and things like that. Well, why did God do that? Because he wanted to, he knows obviously what man is going to do, but he's going to allow man to do what they're going to choose to do. It is their choice. So this person, if we're looking at it from a theological perspective, analyzing it, but if we're looking at it period, human beings, we prod in general because we want to understand things. And just as, and if we are looking at it theologically, if this person does represent a deity, which I do think so now, that he's prodding her, why do you do it? She does have faith, she does believe, but to see this character smash it, it seems like he's lost all hope in what he started, he which he's talking to the girl out of the blue about what God destroying the earth, and that God essentially abandoned them, just as you mentioned to me before in IRL.
Yeah.
God abandoned them because he is ashamed of what he has made. And
Hmm.
so he takes the egg, knowing that it is special to her, and that, we can assume it represents faith. God smashes this faith. If he is to be a deity, he smashes faith because he is ashamed.
You
That's
know
my
what's in it?
yeah. Go on.
Do you remember the point in the movie where he says he doesn't even know who he is or where he comes from?
Mm-hmm.
That's like one of the most interesting lines he says in the movie, because I would assume if I do think he represents some form of God, whether it be Jesus or any other part of the Trinity, but it kind of baffles me why he says that, because I assume that, well, it's like it says in the scriptures, I am that I am.
Mm-hmm.
But this guy says he doesn't even know who he is, and he doesn't even know where he comes from.
Mm-hmm.
That part kind of baffles me. It's like, okay, I kind of get the feeling he's representing God, but how can he represent God if he doesn't even know who he is?
I think that's, if we are looking at it theologically, I think it's metaphorical. it's like somebody who says, I don't even know who I am anymore, or when a person says, I don't know who you are anymore. It's like clearly, okay, if someone were to pop up out of nowhere and be sarcastic and be like, okay, clearly his name is John. Like it's like, woman, his name is John, and the woman, the person would be like, um, he's acting like an animal, and it's like, he's like, oh, excuse me, he is a human being. You've known him for years, and it's like he is acting entirely different. I don't even know who he is anymore. I don't literally not know who he is, or if the per or in the other scenario where the guy says, I don't know who I am anymore, it's like, okay, someone pops up and says, okay, your name is John. It's like, and he starts going over things that's obvious to him, but the person's being metaphorical. I don't even know who I am anymore, meaning he's changed so much that he's questioning his own self. And going
Yeah.
back to the story of God is ashamed of the things that he's made, and him smashing the egg, and we see this person who says that smashes the egg, who we believe has uh religious significance. Like, I I I don't know how to see. It's just that I believe that is God saying that that he's smashing man's faith in himself, and he because he's ashamed, and how can he be that God himself is even not sure who he is because of how much shamefulness he brought to himself.
Yeah, I can definitely see it being that way.
But again, other people see it differently, so
Yeah. Um I'm trying to think if there might be a positive way to look at him. Though with those comments he does make, it's kind of not hard to see, or it's kind of hard to see if he represents anything positive about God, other than that he might just be testing the girl.
possibly.
Excuse me. Yeah, cuz what I find interesting is near the end of the movie. So two things. Um After the girl dies,
Hmm.
a bunch of eggs come to the surface of the water, and then more of these giant egg trees start appearing.
Yes.
I almost want to say, if there was anything positive to say, if there was anything positive to say, I would think that it represents like she's being rewarded for her actions of faith, and then um at the very end of the movie, when they see the giant eye come up, uh she's now on the statue too. She's like given sainthood or rewarded for her efforts, or for her deeds in life.
Sure, sure.
Yeah.
How I see that um well, we don't know if there ever was anything inside the egg, sure, but I'm being semantic when I say that. Because I know that after listening to EFAP, they would if I were gonna say what I'm gonna say next, they would cut me off and say, well, we don't actually know if there was anything in the egg to begin with. But I would
Yeah.
say that is true, but we can already imply, after knowing everything that I pointed out before, that's personally, I don't see there being a positive way to uh, interpret the film, of there being a positive towards Christianity or the idea of a God, you know,
Yeah.
like that, because of the things that I did point out. But from what I see, clearly seeing the pattern, I can already assume there's nothing in the egg. There was nothing in the egg. And when she does die, more empty eggs come about and they start sprouting, which they start growing in number, and they even start growing into large trees with eggs on top. That is the growth of an empty faith. Is an empty faith, and she gets glorified, just kind of like a saint, kind of like that, but she gets glorified among these other glorified statues. Uh, that I would say is interpreted um, as because all of the statues, they look like ancient Roman gods and goddesses, Hellenistic deities. They look like deities from the past, and we see this person who, from the very beginning, this warrior with the crucifix, if he is to be God, and if we are to be consistent the way how I've been mentioning it, then it's clearly God seeing the rise and fall of new religions that are not of him, and the ones that finally did arrive of him, um, it was either being persecuted or it was being trying to attain something that wasn't to be attained because God was ashamed of man. And so she gets this glorified position that is based upon empty faith.
Okay. Sure. I can definitely see that. I do have two questions about that though. So we saw in the movie, those giant trees,
Mm-hmm.
they did have things inside them. As we saw, there were birds inside those. And then near the end of the film, the warrior stepped near some feathers. Um, I would just ask, could that imply that there was, I don't know, what? How do I want to say this? Does it imply anything? I guess the word would be hopeful.
I would ask, does he himself look to be hopeful about it, or does he look to be um, neutral about it? Because if he's neutral about it, it could fit into what I've said before, that he's seen the rise and fall of sainthood before, of other previous religions of empty faith.
Yeah. Yeah, I could say yeah. He does appear to be neutral.
Okay, because as you mentioned all of those things after she died, and I'm like, wait, what? How long have I been asleep for? I don't remember any of that.
Want to replay some of it?
Yeah, unfortunately, may I see?
All right, yeah. Let's go to that part where she dies, so you can see. Hold on. Let me get to the point where she dies.
Kamala Harris, freedom.
All right, here we go. Let me just share the screen real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. So she's trying to chase after the guy or the warrior, and then she falls into the water.
She just kiss herself or kiss that older version of herself.
She becomes the older version of herself. So she turns into an adult version of herself.
This
Let me
has
just get.
yeah, keep
Huh?
going. No, keep going, keep going.
Yeah. I at least want to get to the part where he steps near the feathers.
I don't see fish in those things.
Those lines on the ground, I think those are actually feathers.
Hmm.
He's gonna step near one. Yeah, there we go. All right,
Keep
there we
going.
go. Oh, okay.
Because the interpretation has completely changed. So that's the reason why I'm saying
Yeah.
because the ending can change the entire interpretation.
Yeah. If you look at very carefully, I think all these guys, do they all have blindfolds on them? I think they're all blind.
Well, blindfolds, again, with new interpretation, because all of this brings about new interpretation. Yes, because everything beforehand, because again, I fell asleep, so it's like I didn't see any of this, because all of this changes the interpretation.
Yeah. Also, if you look carefully, all the statues have eggs on their chests too.
Yes.
So, yeah, definitely is something.
Alright, so this is very Catholic.
What was that?
It's very Catholic like. This is an
Yeah,
outsider's view of Catholicism.
probably. Did you want me to keep playing, or did you?
I guess so, yeah, because what else happens?
Okay, so the rest of the movie is that the they pan out to see that it's just the warrior is just standing on this one island in the middle of a vast ocean of basically nothing.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah.
I just see a giant landmass.
What was that?
Sorry, I just said I just see a giant landmass. I don't. Are we sure it's an island? I'll take
Uh,
your word for it. I will.
oh, it keeps panning out. So, when it pans out to its final image, I'll let you. I'll pause it so you can see.
Mhm.
I think there's something though to say about those stones. They're lined up in a very weird way. Excuse me.
Mhm. I don't. Okay, well, hold on. Maybe more.
Yeah, there's more. All right, there we go. So that's the island right there.
Hmm.
As you can see, it's the only thing in the ocean.
Kind of looks like a giant boat.
I know. There's people. People were commenting on that. It's like that. This island looks like an ark.
Hmm.
I'm not sure if that itself it will imply anything because, as we saw already, that the little girl lives inside a boat already.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this is really meant to imply anything by its shape. But I do think there's something to be implied that it's the only island that can be seen in this ocean.
I would have zoomed out and showed the whole planet.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
All right.
So
So
you said
yeah, go on.
so you said this changes your interpretation a little.
It does because it does show that. So let me do this now. I do
Yeah.
see how you can say that there's a little bit of a positive there. It's just that what does it stop? watching. Sure. Okay. Yeah. I can see what you mean. Let me get the freedoms off. There we go. I can see what you mean there. Let me put on just the flag now.
Five,
Freedom. All right.
11 American flags for Veterans Day.
Is that tomorrow?
No, that's on the 11th.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's on the 11th.
Friday. All right. So, um, I still do believe that the film is very cynical towards the faith. Sorry, towards Christianity.
Yeah, definitely.
It's
But
sorry, yeah.
yeah, with you explaining it the way you did, yeah, I can definitely see that this movie is more cynical than positive. It's got a lot of, like I said, it's got a lot of agnostic elements to it.
I would say I think you hit the nail on the head when you told me the first time. I think you understand it um pretty good that the movie is very agnostic. It is it's not like it's well it sorry, agnostic means that there is a god, but it's not that someone believes that there is a god or something like a god, but not a organized religion, not a deity of an organized religion,
Yeah.
which Charles Darwin said he is not an atheist, but he doesn't believe in an organized of a god of an organized religion.
Yeah.
I say that because people who actually know a lot about Charles Darwin and they will acknowledge that, or they will just throw him under the bus because he's an easy target. If you're because yeah, he didn't discover a lot of the things he discovered. He took ideas from other people, and that's them saying it when they're throwing him under the bus because they know he's an easy target, and that yes, it can be shown like no, he did take from other people's ideas. Like sure, yes, he did. You know, uh, but I but people do choose to defend him because yeah, he did point out some things that are yes interesting and like yeah, like animals do observe a bit of change. They do
Oh yeah, definitely.
like dogs and sorry wolves and dogs, things like that. Iguanas to different iguanas, finches to different finches, things like that. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, but again, they will point that stuff out, and that is true. I bring all of that up because yes, yes, Charles Darwin is an agnostic, not really an atheist, but I bring that up because um, the same type of behavior observed on Charles Darwin. Many times I see on Christianity as well. I may not really agree too much with Charles Darwin himself, but all I would say is that inside this one, it's clearly has a bent towards, not towards in a positive manner, but towards in a cynical manner towards Christianity. I wouldn't
Yeah.
say, again, with all this information now, I can see, okay, well, clearly, yes, EFAP will be correct that we don't know if there was anything in the egg to begin with. Yes, the interpretation stands from before, but there's added things to it now because again, everything has been cynical up to that point and very cynical even further. Yes, the girl dies, but out from her comes eggs. Comes these eggs at the surface, and they come from her. They
Yeah.
come they come from her mouth and her throat. Um, let me see. And she does get to be sainthood at there. This person is this warrior. He's very neutral on the manner, and as well
Yeah.
as he's very neutral on the manner. He's not excited. He's not happy. He's just neutral. And that's when he says that he doesn't know who he is anymore. I still stand that he represents a god he represents a deity he represents God, a deity, Jesus Christ, that doesn't believe in himself anymore. And there are these people who still have hope, still have faith, and they deserve their place among those who do. And the eggs and those that sprout from these eggs, these birds that are growing inside, they're not sprouting in a very natural way. They're sprouting in a very unnatural way, very strange way. And the word strange in the Old Testament and in the New is it does mean unnatural. And it's unnatural, unorderly of God. And so when I
Yeah.
say that these birds are sprouting unnaturally, as God had intended them to sprout, flourish,
Yeah.
and this female gains her place among others who also have eggs. Um, so again, I would say she does earn her faith. Sorry, or not earn her faith. She earns her place, her sainthood, if you will. Those who
Yeah.
kept the faith,
Yeah.
and out of this faith sprouted unnatural birds, unnatural things, and there's they're left on a giant sorry, not giant. They're left on a continent that is isolated from the rest of the world. That is in the shape of an arc,
Yeah.
which could, because the arc represented, uh, not that there was a representation in the story or the event, but there was salvation on the ark, and it was there was salvation on the ark, and those who were saved on the ark went to go sprout seed life after the flood, knowing that this with the story that this individual speaks of, God um, leaving, essentially abandoning his creations. Um, Man is to fend for themselves. So, well, I know I'm dragging on a lot. It's just that the continent is shaped like the ark, so there's salvation on the ark, but apparently they didn't find it. That sends a
Mm.
lot of messaging right there, like oof. And yet some can still find their place amongst sainthood. That it says an organized religion that is dead is what I would say. So yikes.
Yeah. There's a couple. Let me see. Are there any other points I want to go over? I what do you think of the when the girl falls into the water? She changes from a child to an adult. There, from what I've heard, people interpret it as is that it's her innocence going away. That because this egg has been shattered, now she is free. Now she is she is set free. All these ideas or great things about her now come to fruition because of the smashing of this egg.
Um, I would say they're onto something. I would say that um, yes, as you get older, yes, innocence is gone, I guess, but also wisdom is added.
Yeah.
So she's gotten older. She's still in her youth. She's not elderly. Then it would be
Yeah.
like, okay, clearly there's more wisdom there, but she's
Yeah.
still in her youth. And I was like, as her hands move from her stomach, I'm like, oh, is she pregnant? Kind of, I guess, and because the eggs come out from her, and that's what's implying. As her hands move up, I'm like, oh, she got boobies, but it's like, okay, well, obviously, female, but
Yeah.
but okay, but thought I saw a bulge in her stomach, but that just implies more that the eggs come from her. But
Yeah.
her getting older, becoming one with her older self, either she's becoming one or she's awakening her older self, which is more more wisdom, or either it is more wisdom to what more knowledge, what she more knowledge of the truth, and these eggs come from her of knowing of the truth. What truth did
Yeah.
she know? That this man shattered this egg that she so believed that it would hatch, and that this man took it away from her. What is
Yeah.
she to know from that? Someone may be asking, and and that is true. I do struggle to explain that, but I would just say that, just as those people had pointed out, something awakened inside of her. They point out innocence. I point out that she is, like as many people secularly point out in the book of, uh, you know, Genesis, that's they become aware of their surroundings. And I'm like, yeah, yeah, I guess you can interpret it that way. But I do see that's how I do interpret that exact same thing, but for this, not for that, not for Adam and Eve. I do interpret that as the scriptures say. That's
Yeah.
yeah. I personally do believe that it wasn't being metaphorical. I actually do believe it was being quite literal there. People will chew me out over that in the YouTubes, but that's fine.
Yeah.
But
Huh?
go on, go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think like the most cynical view I can see of her changing from a girl to a grown woman is what it represents is that now that the egg is shattered, which we'll say just implies faith. Now that her faith is gone, yeah, I think the cynical point of view would be like, now that she's free from her faith, she's set free. She can. All these other eggs are coming out. All sorts of new ideas and opportunities come that she could never have before. She's a much better person now because of it. Um,
And then she gets to be sainthood because of this awakening away from God.
okay, that's an interesting point because now it's almost like it has two conflicting views. Like, okay, so if we're gonna say that, oh, because her faith is gone now, she's set free and she's like, the world is at her fingertips, but then she dies and is elevated to sainthood. I I almost want to that with that ending with her statue being on the eye. I would almost imply that she never stopped believing, even as she fell to her death.
I would
Yeah.
say, um, when you were speaking and putting it together, I thought
Yeah.
of something new, but no, as what you pointed out there is that these eggs came from her. She believed in the
Yeah.
egg. These eggs came from her. I would
Yeah.
agree with your latter point, not the thing I was thinking of. Your latter point was that you said you didn't think she stopped believing, and you know what? I have to agree. That I believe is what is going on in the thing, is that this, let's just call him this Christ figure, shatters the faith. She didn't stop believing, and out from her comes new faith, comes new eggs, and she is rewarded to sainthood for this growth of new faith.
Yeah.
Even though even though this Christ is neutral to this development, but she's still given her place. Even he's even neutral to that. So he's essentially neutral to this whole thing. So he's essentially neutral to man's development. Not development, whether that be away from him or not. It's just that he's neutral to her faith, still believing in this egg. And you know what's interesting is that in Genesis, we have our first prophecy in Genesis 1. Uh, Genesis, the chapter 1, we have our first prophecy, which is when Eve says, "The snake beguiled me." Uh, she then God turns to the serpent and says, "Because you have done this, uh, cursed are you amongst all creatures. For now on, you will slither on your belly and eat the dust of the earth." So
Yeah.
snakes are burrowers, as we see in nature. They're
Yeah.
burrowers, and what is it again? Then God says to the serpent that I will put enmity between your seed and her seed, and you shall strike him on the heel, and he shall strike you on the head. Okay, women
Yeah.
don't have seed, and people that are uh, that have animosity towards the faith point that out, but they don't understand is that that is a prophecy talking about Christ. Christ is of a virgin birth. He is the seed, aka an egg from female. And Satan did strike him on the heel, not literally, but metaphorically, because Satan entered into Judas Iscariot and betrayed him. He died for the sins of all who believe, ever will believe, have believed. All of God's people is who he died for, and he was pierced for our iniquities. That is bruising him on the heel. But and God himself bruising and Christ bruising shall bruise Satan on the head is both what happened on that day, setting his people free from their iniquities, as well as what is to come. When Christ returns, he shall defeat Satan with merely his blinding light. His presence alone will defeat Satan. He doesn't need to lift a finger. And seeing that, reading that and understanding that Christ comes from the seed of woman, uh, seeing this child in this film, she has faith in this egg will become something. This man may not
Yeah.
know what his story is about, but those who understand, theologically speaking, those who understand their Bibles and understand the faith, they understand where they stand. They will have an interpretation. They will understand what is going on. You understood very well of this story, but I may add to you, if I may speak from having more years in life. I can say that from my experiences and my walk, I would definitely say that um, what is it again? Something to do with that Christ is the egg in this one represents Christ, the faith that people have in Christ. Well, it kind of in a manner represents Christ, and to see this figure who is Christ-like shatter that egg says God doesn't have any belief in himself. Like, oof, wow. But from this comes newer eggs from deep inside her, false, her own personal Christ, her own personal belief in this Christ she didn't stop believing in, gains her place among these saints who have their own eggs, their own faith in what they personally believed Christ to be. This is a God who clearly is neutral to man, doesn't really care too much about being who he is anymore, and just is. And essentially, he's like, just like that phrase, someone's, like they say like this person's done with life. It's like this
Eh,
god, this deity's done with being deity. but
yeah.
he's but he's very much like, yeah, sure. You like here's your interpretation of who I am. Here I'll put you amongst them who also believed I was their own personal thing. And it's like, wow, that's kind of that is a mockery, I would say, of the faith, mockery of Christ, and a mockery of Christians. It's the man may not understand what the story is, but I would say this is a mockery entirely. It's because those in the spirit know what the spirit is, and other people are moved by the spirit of the world and not of the spirit of God. Therefore, they're moved as whatever way the wind blows. People will find it very interesting that my icon here is front and center, surrounded by all these very voluptuous ladies, some with a lot of skin showing. Perhaps
Yeah.
perhaps the icon does need a change.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you hypocrite. So, yeah, I never said I wasn't.
Yeah. Yeah, that yeah. I could definitely see that. I could definitely see that essentially, yeah, the warrior does represent a almost like a god who's given up on everything. Let me see. What else did I want to point out? What did you think? I think we discussed this a little already, but what did you think of what do you think of the actually let's start with this one. What do you think of the eye? The giant eye. What do you think that thing represents?
The eye of God. These are
Yeah,
his.
I,
Sorry, if I may elaborate, these are his creations. Uh,
yeah,
and the title is The Angel's Egg. Angel can
yeah,
mean a lot of different things. It can mean a literal angel, what kind, we don't know, fallen or those who remain. Or it could mean metaphorical angel. She is the angel. And she joins the other air quote angels at the end. In other words, saints is what Catholic Church would be saying.
yeah.
But yeah, the Bible talks about the eye of God. It's not like that, but does talk about the eye of God as being metaphorical, as the apple of God's eye is Israel, and God sees all. He knows all. This giant eye sees and things like that, and on this eye, this seeing eye, are all of His angels or saints. So that's what I would say. But what did you think of before?
Yeah, I think yeah, the eye represents either God himself or the concept of God. Um I also find it interesting. Oh, you know what? Actually, now this becomes an interesting topic. So, if we notice that all the things that we've talked about so far that represent anything having to do with God is machinery. So, let me elaborate on that. So, the eye itself is a giant machine, almost like like a Star Wars Death Star. It's not a natural thing. It's totally man-made. Uh, the Warrior's Cross is a mechanized, it's like cyber cross, you could say.
Mm-hmm.
And he arrives on a squad of tanks,
Mm-hmm.
and and quite interestingly, his clothing out of all the other people out of all the fishermen and the girl is the most modern and up to date. I think there's something there because all the allusions we've made to God so far have some sort of machinery or mechanization to them. It almost to me implies that religion is nothing more than a machine.
Yeah, that is something I wanted to point out in my analysis before. That is why I said I would come back to that in the in my other thing, but you just outright said that. Yes, uh, just as was trying to point out that, and I don't mean to make it about me, but I'm just saying that
No, no, go ahead.
that as my before I had this new information about about all the ending before a lot that information. What I was going off of before, it was like empty faith, and that she gets put amongst the saints with her empty faith, and I didn't elaborate anything about the machine, but as you said, that as you had identified that that's empty faith, religion is a machine. Organized religion is empty. It's like, my goodness. And even this deity gave up on it. So, oh, everything is empty. I'm over this. I'm done with life. I'm done with godness. Is essentially, if I can put a character on it, a caricature of it, that's what I would
Yeah.
say. Yes, I would absolutely agree with that. Now, do you want to speak a little more on it?
Excuse me. No, I think that was just like an interesting thing that yeah, that everything that we've interpreted so far as anything that has to do with God or religion. Well, no, not necessarily religion itself, but anything that has to do with God himself is a machine, which is interesting. Um, let me see. Oh, actually, let's get to this concept. We touched on it a little before, but I don't think we've dived into it too much. Do you think there was actually something in the egg?
Um,
Because people I've read on the comments and from reviews of this movie say it's never really truly shown if there was actually something inside the egg. I mean, we see the shell broken, the girl holds it open, but we don't see everything. And when she's crying over the egg, we can't see if there actually was something there. Now, people have pointed out that they say there can't be anything in the egg because there's like no fluid that there's no fluid on the ground, which could imply that there was nothing in there to begin with. But now I'm curious to hear. Do you actually think there was something in there?
Personally, nothing physical, I believe. There was nothing physical in the egg. The minute we see this giant egg start to sprout above her and things like that, yes, there was something spiritual in the egg. It was new life, unnatural new life. But again, well, no, I'll bring this up later. The reason being is because we've I don't mean to detract away from the theological discussion of what this movie represents, but I was going to be saying that we've only been talking about it in a theological perspective, in a secular perspective. It could mean a whole bunch of things, even optimistic it could be. But I don't want to touch on that just yet. I don't think we're finished with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was,
Yeah.
yeah, go on.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was just going to recap on that thought that, yeah, that's, I don't believe there was anything physical in it. I believe there's something spiritual in it that sprouted new unnatural life.
Yeah. I agree. I don't think there was actually something in the egg, but after that egg gets destroyed, those giant egg trees start popping out. Yeah, there was something inside the egg, I would say, but yeah, it was nothing physical, something spiritual. Which actually, the first time I watched this movie, I never thought about it that way. Seeing it that way now, now I can probably see. Yeah, I guess that's hard to say because the girl actually believes there's something physical in the egg, but yet after the egg is broken, a bunch of life spurts from it.
Unnatural life.
Yeah, I'm trying. Because now I'm thinking about it. That could imply something more of a cynical concept. Because I think the breaking the egg represents that she's actually no, it can't be that. She couldn't have lost her faith. I don't think that's true.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. She didn't lose
Yeah,
her faith.
yeah, she didn't lose her beliefs. She just lost the egg. Mm, actually, I'm a little stuck on this. What do you think? Well, what do you think of this whole thing, this whole scene?
She's upset that this. So if we're gonna talk in theological perspective, hold on. Let me see. I don't want to do that because I don't know if the stream will end through the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
All right. Hopefully that goes well. Still connected to Wi-Fi. Later I'll check. So if the stream ends for those who are watching, oh well. But if you hear me robot out in about like a minute or two, it's because I was switching between Ethernet from wireless to Ethernet. But what I think, if I may say it quickly so I can get you to speak more, it's what I think is that I'm sorry, please repeat the question.
Um. Uh. I think. I think I just wanted you to maybe like elaborate on like the whole breaking of the egg.
Oh,
If
right.
there actually is anything in it, stuff like that. But I think you've already covered it.
Yeah, yeah, but I think you asked me what do I think of the scene when the significance of it, right?
I think so. I think that's what I was trying to ask.
Okay. Yeah, because as she's running, she's trying to find this Christ figure, and let's refer to him in the theological sense. Yes, he is. So she's trying to find Christ, and she's upset that Christ broke is shattering the. He's purposely shattering the faith she had, and she's upset and wanting to go find him. She
Yeah.
didn't stop believing, but she's upset that he would do so. So again, this is more proof, more of us being shown that this is a Christ that has who doesn't believe in himself anymore.
Yeah,
Um,
I could see that.
yeah, that is what I would say. Um, and it's just a repeat essentially. You know that she's she's upset that Christ broke this faith. He's shattering this belief, shattering this faith. Yeah, that's all I would say. And she's just mad. She
I I
realized.
would
Go on.
I did not rewind the film far enough, but I almost have reason to believe that she threw herself off the cliff on purpose. Let me get it. Cuz if you look at her face when she falls, it almost looks intentional that she fell off the cliff.
Story explained. It's like bit. Oh,
Yeah. Huh?
sorry, not talking to you. I'm just commenting on their thing. Explain bit. You don't explain nothing. It's open for interpretation.
All right. So just she's chasing after him.
Okay.
Maybe. But just look at her face when she falls in.
I think she comes to accept it. Here, she's kind of. See, she's kind of like. I think she accepts what's happening.
Yeah. So, do you think she threw herself off, or do you think it was an accident?
I think it was an accident and she accepted it.
Yeah. She could have been so grief stricken that she just gave up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably what happened.
So if you
So,
yeah, go on.
let me see. Anything else?
If you look at
Uh,
the YouTube stream, you can see doing a little bit of Azure Lane gaming as we're talking.
oh, okay. Let me see. Anything else?
Crazy.
Um, I think there's maybe. Let me see how many concepts left. I think there's at least two concepts left I want to cover. Um, the bottles.
Mm,
She, um, as we saw in the film, she fills up the bottles continuously. There's no reason given why she does this. And then when the warrior asks her how long she's been living in the boat, as long as there hasn't been, as long as there's been, or as many bottles, and
I okay, yeah, go on.
what was the last point? I'm losing my train of thought here. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh man, I think I lost my train of thought. Okay, you can go ahead.
Okay, well, hopefully I spark it. But I think she's because because we see her do that. We don't know why she's doing it, but the warrior, this Christ, asks her when he sees this, he asks how long you've been here. To us, that is to imply that okay, she's doing that to keep track of the days.
Hmm.
That's what I would say. And seeing that there's a lot of those jugs, she's been there for a long time. God has abandoned her for a long time, and still she believes. It's like yikes! This truly is a God who gave up.
Yeah, I yeah, I think the water bottles. Now, the water bottles I think represent, or I would think they represent like the actions of faith that she does on a
Mm,
day-to-day basis. She fills these jugs up. She puts them in the boat and organizes them in a neat line. She doesn't. There's no reason why she does this, except that she just does it. Now there was one interesting thing pointed out by someone who reviewed this film was that do you remember when she went to the water fountain where those fishermen were, and then that jug mysteriously emptied?
uh-huh.
Um, it was someone pointed out that it wasn't until the warrior came that the jugs started emptying.
Hmm.
No, I'm not sure if they're actually. I'm not sure if that actually, if there actually is something to that, but quite possibly that is the only time in the film though that the jug of water doesn't get filled, but it just empties out.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, no. Do you got any thoughts on that?
No, I would be in agreement with you saying that 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 I do see that also being a representation of her faith on a day-to-day basis. I still do like it doesn't contradict what I do believe those jugs to be, that they're keeping track of the days, and not keeping track of the days like, oh, today I get only one jug to drink from. Maybe we haven't really, like, but all I can say is that we've seen her get this jug, and she what is, again, something to do with, we've seen her get the jug, empty it out, get some water, and fill it earlier before she got to the soldier people.
Yeah.
So she's doing this and seeing all the other jugs. This isn't the first time she's done it.
Oh yeah.
So she's been there for a long time, and the jugs are to show us, oh, this is a this the jugs are to show us, the audience, she's been here alone for a long time. But also, why does she line them up? Why does things like that? Not just to keep track of days, but as more further interpretation, I agree with you entirely that yes, on a day to day basis, she does these things religiously, representing the religious action people do on a day to day basis to keep their faith alive. And right before this Christ, gave her back the egg, which she abandoned, it shows that this was the day she decided to abandon the faith, but this Christ figure rejuvenated that faith, only to for himself to shatter it. And even when he still shattered it, she still believed, she was still upset over it. More of a test, but he's not enthusiastic about it. He very much is a god done with life, even though she kept her day to day religious routine going for a long time. She's been doing that religiously. It represents, I agree with you, her way of life, her long time. Like her,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly as you had said, her religious actions.
Yeah. Man, when you were just talking, I was like, oh man, there's so many more concepts we could go over. We don't have much time left, but man, let me see. What is like some really good concepts about this film? Do you have any?
Um, Not much. Um, because to be honest, I just found it incredibly cynical.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. This film definitely is a very cynical film. Um, I think there is one other thing I want to comment on, and that is people were saying that the warrior doesn't really change. The warrior in the beginning does not destroy the egg, yes, but he does not really change his attitude about destroying the egg, or he doesn't commit to it until he sees that angel's or that bird skeleton, and he gets shocked by that, and I think that's when he loses it. That's when he loses all hope.
Yeah, but
So,
yeah, go on, go
hmm?
on.
I'm not sure what to make of it entirely, but I do think that there might be something to the fact that he just witnesses this skeleton of this bird. Something inside of him like dies, or he just gives up entirely, and so he actually commits to destroying the egg because before he sees that bird skeleton, I don't really think he's not really committed to the idea of shattering this egg. And the way I can prove this is that, or support this, is that after he sees this skeleton, that's when he starts casting doubtful thoughts into her,
Hmm.
like when she's about to fall asleep. She says, "I can hear the bird dreaming, or I can hear the bird breathing." He says, "That's your breathing." Or she says, What was the other thing she said? I can hear the bird.
Dreaming.
Yeah, dreaming of flying, and he said that's the wind outside. So, and it's specific, and he does not start acting that way until after he sees that giant bird.
Hmm.
I think that giant bird in some way may have represented all hope, represented maybe maybe just seeing that he just thought there is no more hope.
I
But
Yeah, go on.
But then again, I don't entirely understand that, because if he is supposed to represent God in some way, why would he be shocked that he is to find one of his own creations to be dead when he would probably already have known about that?
Well,
Unless
sorry, go
unless
on.
he unless unless we're going completely agnostic and just saying after the Great Flood, he just decided to abandon any affairs with Earth at all. So that's my take. What do you think?
No, I think you are that you were onto something. That that I know you asked the question, why would he be surprised on this if he would know that? Well, in this film's interpretation of God, it does harken back to what God being ashamed of what He created. Correct?
Yeah.
Sorry, that Him being ashamed, and so with Him being with Him being ashamed of it, and Him being enthusiastic, seeing how well, not really enthusiastic. He's actually kind of we see him a little bit happy to see that the girl was carrying the egg around, but when he sees this dead bird, notice it's dead. He sees death in the world. He sees death. He's very committed to doubting this faith, doubting putting seeding doubt in her, and she still doesn't give up. And then he's even committed and even acts on his commitment to break the egg. It's him further being done with being God, essentially. Because death is in the world. He doesn't like death. And so, so my creations, like I guess if I were to put a character on it, which is what the O part is, and putting fake dialogue in his mouth, that's creating a
Yeah.
character, which most people who do that do it out of disingenuous behavior. So I'm going to try to not do it, but I would say that this is the point at which this character, this Christ figure, just as you had mentioned, he becomes fully committed to destroying it, and I think it goes further into the not just theme, but into the allegory that God is dead. Like more of this God is dead uh, philosophy. This theme, God is dead, God is done with being God. He's apathetic, and seeing more death in the world, he's like, nah, I'm done with this. I'm ashamed of this. But seeing she never gave up, he gives her a reward anyways. He's not enthusiastic. He's neutral on it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
No, I can see that. Um, Let me see how much time we got left. Okay. I
Probably
think I
none.
can. Huh?
I said probably none because don't you have to go at 10?
I can be here till 10:30, and then I gotta have to probably go. But
Okay.
all right. So what, I just thought of something interesting was that the first thing he sees is that stone carving, or that stone, what do you call it, like an engraving
Mm-hmm.
of that tree. Now he says he's seen this tree before, but he doesn't remember from where. Now, I had a thought about that. I actually think that tree. Actually, let me get the scene up just to jog my memory,
Mm-hmm.
because I have an idea what that tree represents. So, yeah, I have an idea what that tree is. Let me see.
これと同 じ木を見たことがあるよ。あれはいつのことだったのか。忘れてしまうほど遠い昔、音を立てて雲が流れてゆく空の下、真っ黒な地平線がそのまま盛り上がって生まれた大きな木。大地から生気を吸い上げて脈打つ枝を伸ばし、何かを掴んでいた。卵の中の眠り続ける大きな鳥を。
その鳥はどうしたの？どこにいるの？
今でもそこにいて夢を見続けているよ。
夢？鳥はどんな夢を見るの？
その卵の中に何がいるのか、まだ教えてもらえないのかな。
Okay. Um, if I were to take a guess what that tree represents, I'm gonna say the knowledge of good and evil.
I would say absolutely.
Because he was saying this tree started to give negative effects to the world. It was sucking. I think he said it was sucking the life out of the world.
Yes.
Yeah, I definitely think that's something that represents the tree knowledge of good and evil. So interesting. I find that interesting. That even though even though he's given up on humanity, he even chooses to forget the very thing that caused humanity's downfall in the first place. That is quite a cynical take. I would almost want to, yeah, I would say.
No, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Uh, hmm. So, anything else you want to say about this film?
I would say that when she asks him a question and he immediately asks her another question,
Oh yeah,
that's huh?
the who are you, and he says who are you.
No. She when he talks about what the bird is dreaming, I can still feel it. She asks him a question. What is it dreaming? Where is it? And then he's asked her immediate question. So, what can you tell me what's inside that? That is something that we see in the Bible where people ask Christ questions and Christ just asks questions back. It's like, okay. So, Christ, plenty of times, he avoids questions not, uh, by either not, by asking other questions, which many people do that, and they do that not to avoid questions because they're afraid. Sometimes they do that because they don't want to explain further, not because they're afraid to, but because of redundancy or because they wish to. I don't mean to sound because if like they mean to educate, they mean to pick people's brains so that way they can so they can know how to approach the situation even further. Christ being God, we can assume he already knows all these things, but he's doing it anyways. As for us, the readers, as well as the people at the time, he's asking the questions too, so that way they could think and think and think. Because he never like there are very few times, I think maybe just twice in all of the Gospels, does Christ ever openly come out and say, I am the Christ?
Yeah.
It's him asking questions that gets people to get the cogs turning, metaphorical cogs turning in their heads, to answer it themselves, to think of it themselves, so that way they answer it. Because Because Jesus Christ, because Peter, Simon, who is Peter, says to Christ, many people say great things about you and things like that. I forgot exactly how he phrased it, but then Jesus Christ, who do you like? Who do they say I am? And then he asks, he Peter Simon gives him a statement of things great about him that others say. Sorry, that people are saying, and then he
Yeah.
says, "Who do they say I am?" Then he goes through a list of who they think he is, and then he asks, "Who do you say I am?" Peter, from his own knowledge, says, "You are the Christ." And Jesus Christ says, "On this knowledge," sorry, he says, "On this rock I will build my church." He says, "You have answered correctly, and on this rock I shall build my church." I disagree with Catholics when they say, "Oh, he's talking." Now I'm putting a character, which is something disingenuous people do, so I'm going to not do that. But
Yeah.
Catholics believe that Christ is actually talking about Peter being the rock. No, no, no. I would classify as a Protestant, but I would disagree and say he's talking about this knowledge. This knowledge he shall build his. This knowledge is the rock, and he shall build his church on. But as a side note, if they want to believe that anyways, well, there was a church that's did built up from the teachings of Peter. So I guess self-fulfilling prophecy there, I guess. But that's a side note. All I would say is flat out that the way how this character asked her another question, and by him asking her a question, when she asked him a question, yes, he's avoiding the question, similar to Christ, but he's doing it to get the metaphorical cogs in her head turning. What could it be? He's talking about a bird. You ask a question about a bird. He then asks you a question. What do you think's inside? Duh, little girl, it's a bird. It's like,
Yeah.
don't you get it?
Now, one question that I think is really interesting about this movie, specifically, is they continually ask this guy, "Who is he?" At one point, as we saw, as the girl's falling asleep, she says, "Who are you?" And he says, "Who are you?" Did you see that part, or did you fall asleep?
I did fall asleep, but
Oh, okay.
but
Let me
I
play that.
believe you
Oh, I can play it for you.
for sure. Okay, let's do that.
Yeah. There's like a couple instances in this movie where they're asking, "Who is this guy?" And it's never really explained who. He never gives an answer. Here we go.
Don't go. Aha, broken hands. You can put her hand down now.
Yeah. Here we go.
あなた
I can't hear it. Hold
は
on.
誰
Okay, now I can. I hired my volume.
Okay.
Ow, my ears.
Uh-oh, bro.
It's your voice. It's too loud, but it's fine.
All right. All right.
あなたは誰
君は誰だい
Okay.
I think he's asked this question 3 times in this movie. So at the beginning,
Oh, I was about to say, 3 times.
let's see. So, oh wait, hold on. So that was the third. Oh wait, hold up.
That's 1.
2 times. So okay. And then there was a third time, I think. There was a third time.
Keep in mind, that is very deliberate when they do it 3 times.
Yeah. I'm trying to see if there is a third time. I think there was a third time. Oh, there it is.
Two.
3 times. 3 times. 3 times she asks him. All right.
Third time, somewhere around there.
Yeah. Let me see. 1, 2.
Who are you? It's like, okay. I'm just like, ugh.
So continually, he never answers the question who he is.
It's meant to
He's
get. Yeah, go on.
he's asked 3 times who he is, and he never explains who he is.
So yeah, it's very typical that that someone who does that, they're trying to get you to think. And so, yeah, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get us, the audience, to think. Yeah, man. So they're trying to get us to think. And who could this person be? I don't know, dumbass. I'm kidding. It's like, who walks around?
Comment on the video.
No, I was gonna. Never mind. Anyways, yeah, it's like, well, and look at my YouTube. It's like, my goodness.
Yeah.
Anyways, right. So, yeah, I'm just laughing because it's like, huh, that's kind of like, it's what is it again? Something to do with, like, yeah, Christ would do that, but it's, to me, I'm just like laughing because it's like, nah, you're trying to do what he would do. And it's like, it's, to me, like, that's kind of like, forgot how it's kind of, have you seen Batman versus Superman? BVS.
No, I have not.
Okay, well, in the movie, Lex Luthor is like a Reddit atheist. You know, it's like he's popping in all like these God questions, and it's like meant to be like, God's stupid. And it's like, even EFAP, Rags, and Mahler were like annoyed at it, be like, ugh. So to me, when I hear this, I'm just like, ugh, here we go, trying to be Christ. It's like Reddit Jesus. It's like, It's like, who are you? Who are you? It's like, why do you do that? Why do you do that? It's like, oh gosh. It's like, shut up. It's like Jesus. Like he would ask something. Yes, he would ask a question. You got that. But he would ask something more clever. It's like nothing dumb like Reddit Jesus here, being like, who are you? It's like,
Reddit Jesus. Wow.
yeah, it's it's great.
Oh. Hmm.
And I'm just like, okay, well, to be honest, I think she would ask, like, she would ask, who are you? And then he would be like, who is that to you? Or who do you think I am? That would be what Christ would say. But like, no, it's like, who are you? It's like, okay, Reddit Jesus. It's like,
Almost like he doesn't.
almost like the
Almost.
writer doesn't know anything about God, about
Almost.
Christianity. Go on.
Almost like the warrior doesn't want to say who he is. It kind of follows along with your point. Like he's a god who's given up. Also, maybe a god who's ashamed of himself.
Oh yeah, I would absolutely say that.
Yeah, because I think in the Bible, before the Great Flood, God said He would flood the world, and he regretted that He had made these people because the world had become so evil that He had to destroy it,
Mm.
and he regretted that He had made them. I think that's actually a verse in the Bible.
Yes. It also says because flesh had been corrupted. Now,
Yeah,
people theorize what does that mean, but in the original Hebrew, it does mean it uses the same word as like, when it's talking about the heifers, the red heifers that are to be cremated, so that way their ashes can sanctify the temple. They are not to be corrupted in terms of their genealogy. They're to be red heifers, not red heifer. Not like the father was a red heifer and the mother was dairy cow. No,
yeah,
they both need to be red heifers. So when in Genesis it uses that exact same language in the original Hebrew, it's referring to uh, you know, corruption of the flesh, and it's like, well, wait, what does that mean?
yeah,
Because it's like, wait, how could flesh become corrupted like how cattle were corrupted later in the Bible? It's like, how could all that happen on the earth? And it's like, yeah, a lot of people don't, they have no idea. But have you ever heard of the Book of Enoch?
I've heard about it. I do not think it's scripture. I don't believe it's canon. I think it's not actually a true book of the Bible. I think it's a phony.
Well, it actually used to be in the Bible,
Oh
but
yeah, I think I heard about that. It's if let me did the Catholic Church take it out?
it was after when it was no, the Catholic Church kept it in there. They're the ones who put it in there, but actually they weren't the ones who put it in there. No, they were not. It was other councils that had happened prior to the official founding of the Catholic Church. But yeah, they were put in there before. The Catholic Church did decide to take it out, and they kept other books for some strange reason. But uh, the reason why I, for a long time, had you know believed exactly what you said is because I can point out several things in that book. Lots of things in that book. Like, for example, the Bible tells us that Enoch lived 365 years. Book of
Yeah.
Enoch says that he lived 1,000 years preaching
Oh.
the God, preaching to the world. It's like, how? It's like either the Bible's wrong or the Book of Enoch's wrong, and I'm gonna take not the Bible being wrong.
Yeah.
But And then it talks about Noah preaching alongside Enoch for 1,000 years, and it's like,
Oh
what? No,
no.
the flood. He was 600 and something years old when the floods came, and so
Yeah.
yes, I do. For a long time, I absolutely believe that. But when researching more about the Book of Enoch, there are a lot of things in that I'm like, oh, I can absolutely see why this book was in the Bible, and I can be like, wait, but that is true. And then like of other things, and I'm just like, but wait, but okay, hold on. If the Book of Enoch, let's entertain this. That's what I said to myself. It's like, let's entertain this. If the Book of Enoch is real, then how can both exist? And then it's like, oh, it hit me. The disciples asked Christ how, because the Bible even says Elijah is supposed to come first before Christ, and the disciples asked Jesus that, wait, isn't Elijah supposed to come first? And Jesus stops and turns and talks to them, and he says, but Elijah has come before, and the world did not accept him. And they even persecuted him. And then, without explaining it further, his disciples got it. In all four Gospels, this comes up. I believe it does. But in all four Gospels, they understand what he's talking about. He's talking about John the Baptist. Oh, no, not reincarnation. No, 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 no. Spiritual blessings, gravitas, the person, not the persona itself, but the position Elijah had, the power, the spiritual blessing Elijah had, John the Baptist had. Oh, that makes sense. So if the Book of Enoch is real, then it's not literal like the Bible. It's a spiritual book, meaning you're supposed to take it spiritual. Enoch did not live 365 years, but no, he did. Sorry, reverse. He did not live 1,000 years. No, he was taken. Yes, but somebody else got the spiritual blessing. And the Book of Enoch doesn't refer to that individual by their name, because that's not important. What is important is the spirit of the person, of this position is Enoch's position. So therefore it's going to refer to this individual as Enoch. And the spiritual position that Noah had, well, yes, somebody else had it before Noah, but that's not important. What's important is Noah. So it refers to two individuals as Noah, despite the spiritual blessing. Somebody else had it first, then Noah had it. And it's like, okay, if the Book of Enoch is real, and I keep going then it's a 100% spiritual book, because as we talk in the Bible, sorry, not talk, as we read in the Bible, when it's talking about Job, and it's I do believe for some strange reason, God is not being metaphorical, or maybe he is, I guess, but he's talking about Leviathan, and to be honest, I it's kind of confusing, because in other parts of the Bible, like in Jeremiah, I think it is, or is it Isaiah? One of those two brings up Leviathan, and they're purely talking about Leviathan as Satan, which is a metaphorical representation of Satan. He is a monster, a serpent, the monster of all serpents. And so when we see in Job, and God is describing this creature, either God is being metaphorical, or God is being quite literal, and there is a giant sea monster. But if the Book of Enoch is true, and we know it to be not a literal book, but a spiritual book, that makes sense that Satan is a sea creature, and that he has, because in the Book of Enoch, it says the earth is flat, which is like, nope, nope. And it also says that tides are produced by Leviathan. As Leviathan sucks in the water, the tides get sucked in. And as he breathes out, the tides get higher, high tides. And that there's another beast. There's one on the land. And it burrows tunnels. And it's the one in the ocean is male, the one on land is female. When the one on land burrows tunnels and moves around, it creates earthquakes. If the Book of Enoch is real, then Satan has a spiritual relationship between the earth and the moon. He is the creature in the ocean. What is the creature on land? I have no idea. If it is real, then this book is spiritual. It must mean the kingdom of men on the earth. And when they move about on earth, metaphorically, they cause earthquakes because God told us in the Garden of Eden to subdue the earth. That would make sense, but it's, again, I don't take the Book of Enoch to be a literal book if it is to be real. If it's nothing more than just mumbo jumbo, then, well, it's mumbo jumbo. That's all I say, because I've read the first book, and it's like its chapters are very short. They're just paragraphs, and it's like, oh, okay. Read through 63 chapters, and it's like there's some interesting things there, but on some very interesting things there, and all I can say is that when you get further past 63, you do find that for some reason Noah is preaching alongside Enoch for somewhat years, and then Enoch goes to Noah's birth. But wait. I thought Noah was alongside you preaching. How are you going to his birth? Know what I mean? Like,
What?
exactly.
Now, unless they're meaning a spiritual rebirth, yeah, I think we have some plot holes here.
Yeah, exactly.
But plot twist, Noah wasn't actually born. It was just a guy pretending to be Noah. Yeah, yeah, the biggest plot twist.
So that's why when I look at this, and it's like, if this book, because there are a lot of things in there that it's like, wait, but that, like, because the Book of Enoch, it has chapters in it that were, because all of our books of Enoch are obviously manuscripts, meaning they're all written down, passed down, things like that.
Yeah.
So to be, rewritten by hand over and over and over again, as the Bible was too. We can trace the authors of the Bible back. Many of the books we can't trace the authors back. That's the
Yeah.
reason. That's the reason why we took it out, is that we can't trace them back. But if the book is to be real, of course we can't trace the authors back. The authors are before the flood, and so of course we can't do that. But um, the thing is that if this book is to be real, which many Christians I've listened to that I have, actual trust in them, they started talking about it again. And, before I was like, they're going to condemn this book. And they were like, no, they're totally on board with it being real. And I'm like, what? How can that be? And then it hit me that it's like, oh, because as I read further past the 63 chapters, it's like, wait, Noah was alongside Enoch. How could Enoch go to Noah's birth now? It's like, oh, it's a spiritual book. Somebody had the blessing of Noah before Noah was born. That person must have died. And then actual Noah in the Bible is born, which he gets the spiritual blessing. And whoever this individual that has Enoch's blessing goes to his birth. And he prophesies, saying to him that this child is a special child. God will use this child very well. And it's very interesting because when you look at all of the genealogy leading up to Noah, he's seventh from Adam. But if you all their fathers, if you put their names in a straight line, they all mean a sentence. I'm like, really? I think it was because I think it was man shall fall. Man shall fall. Let's see, man shall fall. Let's see, man shall fall and shall be redeemed. Uh, and shall be redeemed or something like that. Something
Mm.
along that line. Because Noah's name means to be redeemed, I believe it is. And it's like, or it is something bizarre. And I'm like, really? That is very interesting. And it's like, for a long time, have been very willing to be like, just throw this book off. But ever since this revelation has been revealed to me, it's like, oh, then that really opens up a can of worms. Then, like, what does this book mean then? Because there's a lot of strange things in this book. Like, though, like, do you know about the Nephilim, right?
Yes, I think from what I've been told about that, uh, people have theorized them to be the so-called giants in the Book of Genesis, or I've heard some crazy stuff about them. So they're like the giants because they were born of, get this, demon and human blood, or the,
Um,
they come from the bloodline of demons and humans.
well, actually, because in the book of Job, it it says that the sons of God are angels. The sons of God are angels, and in Hebrew, there are different ways to refer to different angels, and one of the ways that it refers to these individuals is as you would refer to angels. And
Yeah.
so the sons of God, these angels, saw that the daughters of men were fair, and so they chose for themselves wives, and the women conceived, and they bore mighty men, men of renown. And then immediately it cuts to it saying, next chapter says there were giants in the earth, and there have before the flood and long after the flood. So it says that, and people put two and two together to mean that they are the same. Doesn't necessarily mean the same. Does not.
Yeah, that does not imply any similarity.
No. Um, I do know people that study strange things like that, and they do confirm that these strange things don't always mean giants. It could mean that. There's a specific Hebrew word that specifically means giant. It's not Nephilim, it's Rephaim.
Yeah.
Rephaim is giant. Nephilim means uh, the offspring between the sons of God and man. The and in Hebrew it is uh, sons of God is a title that is given to, yes, angels. So that's why people say that, because it is just that. Unless it is that people is this is a title given to angels. That's the reason why they say that. It's not necessarily demons, but where they talk about demons is comes from the book of Enoch. And in the book of Jasher, which is not no longer canonical, but the canon, unlike the book of Enoch, the canon itself in the Old Testament actually refers to the book of Jasher. Uh, Three times it refers to the book of Jasher. It says, aren't these written in the book of Jasher, just like as in, I think it is Kings and Kings and Samuel both refer to book of Jasher. And the book of Jasher is not in the Bible. It used to be. It's not. It was taken out. But I've read the book of Jasher. the Book of Jasher completely confirms everything in the Bible. That's in terms of it confirms it in the sense that it doesn't contradict. If just like how I mentioned, how could Enoch live 1,000 years and yet only live 365 years? Like I said, that was a contradiction there. That's why I casted it off.
Yeah.
Even to this day, I still hold if. I always hold if. But the
Yeah.
Book of Jasher, it says like there's unnecessary detail in the Book of Jasher. It tells you yes, it confirms how long somebody lived. It's like, oh, okay, so cool. Even the Book of Jasher tells you that Enoch lived 365 years. But what it does, and it tells you that he walked with God, this and that. It's like, yeah, it confirms. But it also tells you, oh, he was a king. Enoch was a king. He ruled and it tells you how people were being wicked and evil in those days before the flood. There was people were talking about abortion at that time. They were doing lots of warfare. They had women were personally stopping themselves from, they're making themselves infertile so that way they can sleep around more. Uh, Jewelry, mascara, makeup, things like that were things being brought about at this time. Things like that, tattoos, piercings, things that traditionally people have. What is it called again? Stereotyped Christians being opposed to. Sure. Uh, the Book of Jasher also tells you what kind of animals went on the ark. Creationists will be very happy. Yes, it is exactly what they theorized. Creationists, what they theorized, that no, they didn't take every single animal that exists. No, they just took 2 felines, 2 canines, 2 pachyderms, things like that, 2 whatever horses are. And, they took 2 of each kind in that sense on the ark. And, people theorize, well, wait, if they're adult creatures, won't they start eating each other on the ark? And no, the Book of Jasher confirms they're all infants. They're all babies. They're all babies on the ark. So yeah, things like that. They took 2 snakes. They didn't take like anacondas and cobras. No, they just took 2 snakes, and the 2 snakes became different kinds of snakes. The dogs became different kinds of dogs. Cats became, bizarrely, they took lions. And it's like, oh, that's interesting. So if this is to be true, then lions became little house cats, and through animals changing, they became tigers. They became all these other animals and things like that. So that's interesting. But and the Book of Jasher, it goes into detail talking about Nimrod, goes in detail talking about a bunch of other things. It's like, okay, I didn't need those details, but okay, I guess they exist. If this is to be true, then yeah. But Samuel, First and Second Samuel talks about it. First and Second Kings talks about it. Judges talks about it, saying, aren't like just as Samuel says in the Book of Samuel, it says, aren't these genealogies in the Book of Kings? So which means Kings is going to explain that. And then in Judges it says, aren't these in Kings, or aren't these in Samuel, or in the books of the prophets, which are books that are all in the Bible, all except for the Book of Jasher, which is strange, but they all reference the Book of Jasher, and yet the Jasher is not in the Bible. There's no reference to the Book of Enoch whatsoever. There is a somewhat reference when Jude talks about it. Jude outright quotes from the Book of Enoch, or if the Book of Enoch is not real, the Book of Enoch is quoting from Jude to appear as if it's real. Now, the reason why people theorize demons when it comes to the Nephilim is because the Book of Enoch says that. The Book of Enoch tells us. Now, I know it took me a while to get finally back to the Nephilim and things like that. Sorry, hold on. Did I put you on mute? Hello?
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. Sorry, I am gonna hurry this up, but the what is again something to do with the demons thing that you mentioned in the Book of Enoch? It talks about these sons of God, and it in the Book of Enoch, if it's real or not, it just says that these are angels. They came down from heaven because they are watchers, which, yes, the Bible does talk about there being watchers who observe the earth, and they're to make sure things are to go according, they're to go things are to go according as planned, but they're following God's plan. So it's not that God is impotent, it's just that they're it's not anything like that at all. The Bible says that there are watchers on the earth. It's not that God can't see, God can see, he knows. It's just that these angels are just doing their duty. The Bible doesn't tell us much more about angels. It just says, yeah, these angels exist. They're not important to you. And that's the reason why it doesn't tell us much more. Book of Enoch tells us a lot more about angels, and these angels, the sons of God, apparently they saw women were beautiful and they wanted children. And they made a pact with themselves saying, if we are to go do this, we are to be one with one another, meaning we're not going to rat out on each other. So they go and do that. They mate with women, and the women conceive, and they're upset because the children are not children that God has, you know, has sanctified. These are not children, because when life is born, the Book of Enoch tells us, that's the reason why I keep going back and saying if it's real, but the Book of Enoch, which the Bible does kind of confirm this, because the Bible does say that God knows us. He, before we're even born, he gives us life. He permits our life to exist and to be. Book of Enoch says that exact same thing, but God did not permit these angels to have offspring with women. So what took their place instead of a soul God created? God didn't create a soul for them. So they just bore empty bodies. What entered into these bodies? Demons. And demons entered into them, and they became vile creatures. And these angels were upset, and they can't go back to heaven because they left heaven. They're to be on earth to have offspring. God won't let them go back. They are pleading to Enoch because Enoch, he knows God. He's cool with God. He's chill with God. And they're like, please, on our behalf, do so. Enoch tells them, I can't do that because, it's not in my authority. God has made his decision. You made yours. Have a nice day. And then these angels are locked away in Tartarus, which the Bible tells us, yes, in Genesis, that there are angels locked away in Tartarus. It does say that. And in the Old Testament, it makes a reference to there being angels locked away. And so, if the Book of Enoch is real, it's shining a light on this spiritual endeavor. If it's not, it's just outright taking those parts from the Bible, making a nice little story about it. Like, oh, well, that's interesting. Yeah, okay. But
Bible fanfic.
yes,
Yeah.
but if it is real, then like, oh, okay, that kind of does shine a light on some of these Rephaim, because in the Old Testament, and now we're referring to just the Bible now, when it comes to the Old Testament, when the Israelites had to go into Canaan and they fought King Og. King Og was a very big man. He was a Rephaim, and his bed was 13 or 18 feet long and I think 10 feet wide. That's a big dude, and they had to fight them. And God said, kill every last one of them. Don't leave the women alive. Don't leave the children alive. even kill the animals. And people, they use this to say, oh, God said commit genocide, but it's like, okay, you kind of missed the part where they said that they were Rephaim, and the Bible in the Old Testament clearly clearly says that Rephaim are giants. There's a different word there. In the language of Hebrew, it's Rephaim is giant, but in the translations, when they translate into Greek and English and other things like that, there's no translation for this word, so they just put, okay, Rephaim. And Rephaim, yes, is also a tribe. So that's why in modern times, when people criticize the Bible, they're saying God said commit genocide to these people. It's like, well, yeah, if we are to believe that if these are actually if the Nephilim and Rephaim are descendants of the sons of God or something like that, then it's not it's not like us. So there's a lot of strange things in there, and uh, there are a lot of strange things in the Old Testament that people gloss over, but it's like it's very strange and weird. But you know, yeah, because I give a bunch of is because it's like it's an uncomfortable topic and it sounds very strange. It's very unorthodox to how we've been teaching the Bible for quite a long time, and it sounds very conspiratorial. Even very so much so that people are turned off by it. That it's like you believe in fairy tales and unicorns and things like that. Well, unicorn, yes, is in the Bible, but it's not referring to horses.
Yeah.
It's referring to a cattle. And if you look at the Latin for unicorn, both in the Bible and the actual creature, it's Rhinoceros unicornis, which is cattle with one horn.
So it's a
And
rhino.
exactly. And the Bible says this creature is a blessed creature amongst many of the cattle. And in myth and legend, outside of the Bible, people say only virgins can see Rhinoceros unicornis, and that if you were to devour its horn, you were to become immortal. And that the legend even goes further than that, saying that God will curse you at its death. And in the Old Testament, it says this creature is blessed by God. And what do we see today? People decapitate rhinos. They carve down their horns, and people drink it, and they think there's healing aspects to it. And I'm just like, look, guys, look, if Europeans, because Europeans, they didn't know what a rhino was, because there are no rhinos in Europe.
Yeah.
So they thought, oh, it's a horse, and that's where we get the mythological thing. But no, the rhinos exist. In fact, unicorns exist. They're just rhinos.
Yeah.
It's just that there's even a foundation. You can look this up called Save the Unicorns. I'm gonna try looking up right now. Save the Unicorn Foundation. It's about saving saving rhinos. No, 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 no. That is stupid. Where did it go? I used to look this up all the time in the past, and I would show rhinos. Now I find nothing more than just Deadpool, unicorn, pink unicorn. So fuck off. Sorry, I don't. Foul language, yes, abroad, but like, whatever. Like, stop it. But it's like, no, you can't find it anymore. There was a foundation. I saw a commercial for it in the past. Save the unicorn.
How in the world? If okay, how in the world did a translation for unicorn then go from a rhino to a horse?
Europeans, they don't
Uh,
have rhinoceros over there. So yeah,
Okay, okay. Okay. I remember what you said. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I follow. Yeah. Okay.
um,
Um.
any comments that you had? Because I know you were scoffing at the idea of Nephilim and things like that.
Oh no, no comments on that. Yeah. I
Uh,
think I would just.
yeah, go on.
I think I would just need to reread the Genesis to have more informed opinion on the Nephilim. Because I've had some wacky beliefs about the Nephilim before, and now I just think let me read it. Let me read it a couple more times. Getting a good idea of what they're about.
Hmm. Like, what did you once think before?
I used to think the Nephilim were giants, born from born as offspring from demon and human uh human intercourse. So
Well, in mythology, there's because people they love studying demons and things like demonology. It's like
yeah,
I don't like any of that stuff because one, it's I am a Christian as I said before to you in IRL, but they've never really heard this from my mouth on the channel before. I've
yeah,
alluded to it, but I'm always hesitant because you see my icon,
yeah.
bunch of voluptuous ladies. Like as I told you in IRL. Um, this is a very new thing to me, but at the same time, it's like if I'm going down this path, it's like, well, I want the best of the best. I like big boobies, but it's to constantly be in lust over something like that is sinful. It's wrong,
Yeah,
and to have an icon like this, and characters like that, I like them very much, but like they could be a bit more covered up.
yeah. True, true.
So I'll probably have to change that on my channel.
You can change it to like what I do. Just find a painting of someone. Just make it your profile picture.
And I like Hitalia America. I like him. So I'll keep him. Maybe I'll change them up or anything. But when it
Yeah,
comes to the Nephilim, yeah, I have believed the same thing too. It's just that I know a bit more about it and the Hebrew translations a bit more. So that's why I emphasize more that yes, it's not really demons, it's angels, but the Book of Enoch if it is real, because you don't believe it to be real, correct?
the Book of Enoch. No, I don't believe Book of Enoch. I don't believe anything outside of the standard canon of the Bible.
I for a long time believed the same thing. The only thing that draws me to the Book of Enoch is people I absolutely trust going back to it. And I'm like, okay, look. And so I'm like, if it is real, it's a purely spiritual book, which, to be honest, I've been looking back at it. And it's like, that doesn't contradict my theory at all. In fact, that completely validates my theory. I'm like, yeah, if this is real, if it's real, this is a purely spiritual book. And
Yeah.
people are dumb to think it's literal. It's like, no, this is not literal. If it's real, it is not literal. It is a purely spiritual book, just like how John the Baptist is Elijah in the blessing, not Elijah reincarnated. There's no reincarnation because while John the Baptist was still alive and in prison, how could he be reincarnated? How could Elijah be reincarnated if the spirit of Elijah actually comes down from heaven and preaches to Jesus Christ alongside the spirit of not Noah, Moses? Because when Jesus Christ um, he takes, I think, Simon, Peter, and Matthew, or Thomas, one of those two, but he takes Simon and one of the other two, I think it's Matthew, and he takes them up on this mountaintop, no, hilltop. They get tired and fall asleep, and then Jesus is Moses and Elijah, they appear and they start preaching to him. How can that happen if Elijah is reincarnated? Reincarnation isn't a thing. It's not. And so we don't have any instance of this in the Old Testament, no instance of it in the New Testament. Some people are dumb enough to think, oh, he's reincarnated. He's not reincarnated. There's no such thing. There's a spiritual blessing that is not reincarnated, but that gets, passed down. Like, not passed down. Look, God will choose who to bless somebody with. I blessed this person with this same type of spiritual blessing before, and I'm going to bless this person with a spiritual blessing now. That makes sense because that is exactly what Jesus Christ is talking about, saying John the Baptist, Elijah has come back in John the Baptist, and like, oh, that makes sense. So if the Book of Enoch is real, then it is a purely spiritual book, and it is a person who had the blessing of Enoch after he was taken up, and it was somebody who had the blessing Noah had before he was born, who, somebody had his blessing before Noah had it. Then once Noah's born, Noah gets the blessing. That makes sense. That's if, though.
Yeah.
That is an if, because there are strange things in there, like when the women who had the intercourse with these sons of God, they become sirens. What? You mean they get, like, sure, they become like monsters if we're taking it to be literal, which I'm like, that's stupid. But
Yeah.
if they become, air quote, sirens to lure men off the boats, really, if that is if that is literal, how can they avoid judgment? How can they go to heaven? How can they avoid the afterlife? Really, roaming on the earth for eternity? Then sign me up to have boners with angels. Then I guess that's stupid. No,
Yeah, it's pretty dumb.
like fan fiction all the way. But if it's a spiritual book, oh wait, then did they get a curse? And so obviously they die like other human beings, but does that demonic curse stay on the earth? Ooh, that is something to think about. If this book is real, and if it's real, it is a spiritual book. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it because it's not literal. If this
Yeah.
if this spiritual book is 100% real, then what does that mean? They're demonic spirits, not necessarily demons, but they're demonic blessings, if we can say that that make that. What does it mean? Does it mean some women can have a demonic blessing as a temptress, meaning she of course she is like luring men to her and getting whatever she wants because God allows her to be in sin because she has this demonic sexual blessing or whatever that means. I have no idea what that means. I need to read more about that. If this book is real, I need to go back to that book and be like, all right, what does this mean? No idea about it. But I've researched the Book of Enoch. The Book of Enoch is composed of 5 fragments. On each fragment, there are many different chapters on it. Fragment 1, we have no idea who the author is. If we're to take that to be literal, and not literal in the sense of what it's talking about, but literal in who the author says he is, then Enoch himself, the one who, before he was taken, actually wrote the first fragment, which is chapter 1 to chapter 12. And fragment 2 is the fragment of Noah. If it's real, then Noah wrote from chapter 13 to chapter 24. And all of that just talks about the flood and the world that existed in the flood, before the flood, and things like that. Fragment 3 onwards, we can tell these are scribes rewriting, by hand, things like that. And so we can kind of tell who those people are. We can tell what type of people they are. But before that, we don't necessarily know who they are, the two fragments. And in the fragments, it's they're very all of the fragments are very spiritual if they're to be real. I keep going on that if. It's all spiritual, and which does make sense. But there are people like there are people I do know that are that work in the government, and they're it's interesting talking to them and listening to them. They're believers as well, and they know some things that you and I don't know and should probably not know. And when talking to them, I asked them about the Book of Enoch, and they say, "What Book of Enoch? There's lots of books of Enoch." And I'm like, "What?" And they say people take this stuff real seriously, and I'm like, "What? Why?" And they say these people, they're not believers that take this seriously. These are people who study the Bible, the Book of Enoch, the Book of Jasher, and they take this stuff seriously because they want to know, what's happening in the world. Where are we in biblical prophecy? And because uh, there's prophecy, because a lot of the things going on today, like I mean, like literally today, like the America and what happens to America is prophesied in one of the Book of Enochs, and it says that doesn't refer to America, it refers to an eagle, a nation of an eagle, or something like that. This nation of the eagle will succumb to the beast, but right before, uh, it says there will be a great revival in believers, those who seek for the coming leader of the kingdom of God. It's like, oh, wait a minute. Does that mean the Messiah? And then it says they will rally in this nation, in that nation, this nation of the eagle, and this nation of the eagle will rise up and fight against the beast right before, or Christ, before this Christ-like figure comes back. And it's literally right before Christ comes back, like right as they rise up, this beast gets gets its attention taken away from confronting God, this coming God, looks at this eagle nation, and then it looks back at the coming of God, and then it's defeated by the blinding light of God, as the blinding light defeats the leader of this beast. And it's like, wait, what? And this there's another Book of Enoch that actually tells us that there is a King Cyrus, uh, of of a future generation that will rise up. He will demand walls being built, and demand that this great eagle nation will be turned over again. In other words, made great again. And I'm like, what? And it's like make America great again is in a Book of Enoch? And it's like how can this be? Like, you guys are BSing me. And they're like, no, it's like you can find it in the 5th Book of Enoch. And I'm like, there's 5? And I'm like what? It's like, I'm like, that's why I'm like, okay, a lot of that stuff happened, but it's like I didn't know those books even existed. All I knew was the one. Okay, actually, I knew that there was 3. I just never knew there was 5. I'm like, what? And there's even more than 5, and I'm like, what? Like, this is BS. But I'm like, this is some great fan fiction. It's like, I'm telling you that. That's why I'm like, okay, if it's real, if it is real, I'm like, oh, I'm kind of excited. But it's like, if it's not, I'm like, I'm glad to say this is some fun fan fiction.
Some wacky fan fiction.
Yeah, some
Oh,
wacky ones. I know you gotta go, man.
Yes. So do we do a closing, or how do you do these videos?
Typically, I just say my catch line, which is that I am keen. Thank you for all for watching. Is there anything you would like to shout out?
Uh, just thank you for watching, and hopefully you'll check out Angel's Egg for yourself. It's an interesting movie. Whatever you interpret from it, I think you can get something out of it. It's definitely an interesting movie to watch on your own.
Oh, for sure. Yes. Yeah, like very, very strange.
Oh yeah,
But
definitely.
I thought it was a very good discussion. Glad to have it, and maybe we can do some more, my good man.
Yeah, sure, anytime.
Yeah, for sure. I know we dragged on a little too long. Sorry about dragging your whole ear into it.
No worries, no worries.
Wait, hold on. Someone said my private photos here. Shut up. Who commented that in the chat?
What? Someone's in chat?
Someone says 69XX, comma fun. My
What?
private photo. Here, free hearts, cherries.
Oh,
Okay, can we please not?
he,
Thank
did
you.
he actually give a link for that?
No.
Good. Just I don't think this channel supports porn.
No, we do not. I have to. Well, I don't know. I think looking at the girls, I think maybe Iowa, the one with the MAGA hat, probably needs to be buttoned up. The other one's a swimmer, so she's fine. The other one just has. Okay, yeah, maybe the booty short one probably needs to go too.
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, thank you all for watching. It was a great fun, and hope you all come next time. I will tell you what my catchphrase is, which is well, out spiel. It used to be this is Kenai the 24th, enemy of the 25th, because the lore is I'm a clone, and there are 25 clones in total. The 25th is the evil one. I'm one of the last ones standing.
Awesome.
But that's kind of cringe, so I kind of dropped it. So I just say, thank you all for watching. I love you all. God bless you all. God bless America. And Godspeed.